friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button, because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. This happened about 10 years ago, off the coast of Nova Scotia. I was working on a private salvage crew. Small contracts, old wrecks, and lost cargo. We weren't pirates, but we weren't exactly the Coast Guard either. It was early spring. The water was still cold enough to bite through your bones. We were out scanning an area known for ship debris when we caught something unusual. An object sitting still on the sonar. Barely 40 feet down. It looked like a small trawler, steel hull, no markings, just sitting there, not sunken into the sand, not covered in growth, like it had just arrived. We almost didn't dive. The conditions were iffy, and we'd gotten nothing on the manifest to indicate that a wreck was fresh, but money was money, so down we went. I was the first in. My partner, Ray, followed about 5 minutes later. Visibility was better than expected. Cold, but clear. And there it was. A boat. A boat. Upright. Intact. No drag marks, no damage. Completely preserved. We swam closer. Circled the stern, and there were no ID numbers, no nets, no rust. There was a name painted in crisp white on the side. Starling. It looked new. Not totally new, but not barnacled either. The ladder on the port side was hanging down into the water like someone had just used it. I radioed Ray to document everything. He didn't respond. He floated beside me, masked turned toward the boat, not moving. Ray? He tilted his head, like he was hearing something that I wasn't. And then he swam to the ladder. I grabbed his fin to stop him, but he jerked free, twisting to face me. His eyes were wide, but there was no fear in them, just this weird calm. He shook his head at me, slow, like, don't. I pulled him back anyway, fought him until he finally gave in and we both surfaced. On the deck, I asked what the hell he was doing. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I saw someone on board." I thought I did. We marked the coordinates, got back to base, and filed our logs. The next day, the boat was gone. We returned to the spot with better equipment, searched for hours. Nada. No evidence anything had ever been there. My buddy and I were deep diving off the coast of Japan, exploring part of an old wreck that hadn't been touched in a long time. Commercial dive, routine inspection. Nothing was out of the ordinary. About 70 meters down, I spotted a section of hull that none of us had noticed on the sonar. It was covered in coral and rust, almost like it didn't want to be found. But at the base of the wreck, nestled in the sand, was a small round hatch. It didn't match the rest of the ship. It had no wiring, no bolts, no handles, just perfectly round, and this greenish-black film coating it. Naturally, I radioed it in. Got told to leave it alone, so of course I tapped it with my boot. Nothing happened. Not at first. Then the tank started vibrating, just slightly, like a hum. My partner asked if I was okay. I lied, said I was fine. The humming got louder inside my helmet, and then I heard a voice. Not over comms, not external, just inside. Not really words either, just a feeling, like something was trying to remember me, talk to me. I turned back to the hatch. It was open, just barely a crack, but it had opened without a sound. The sand hadn't even shifted. Nothing had been disturbed and the sea was still. And then something reached out. It wasn't a hand or a tentacle. It was just darkness, like the water itself had thickened, reaching toward me, curling. I bolted. My partner thought I had lost it. I didn't stop ascending until I broke the surface and puked into my mask. I didn't go back down, ever. They say the hatch wasn't there when they checked the wreck again. Sonar shows nothing. Video shows nothing. But I saw something. I was working sonar on a research vessel about 200 miles off the coast of Chile. We were mapping trenches, nothing flashy, just weeks of slow grid passes over black nothing. We'd been picking up odd returns for a couple of days, but nothing that we could confirm. That night, I was alone in the control cabin when I caught it. A deep ping from below. A return signal that wasn't ours. Not just noise. Rhythmic. Intentional. 4 pings. Then silence. 4 pings again. I radioed it in, but no one responded. And then I realized I hadn't heard anything on the comms in over 30 minutes. Not even static. I left the cabin and headed toward the galley. The halls were empty. Lights flickered. But that wasn't unusual. Power systems on the ship were old and faulty at times. The thing is, the whole ship was dead quiet. No footsteps, no engine hum. Just quiet. I reached the bridge. No one. No one on deck either. Just me. I tried the emergency phone. Dead. The escape boat. Still tied. Untouched. But the crane controls were active. Then the pings started again. Closer. I looked over the rail. I saw something massive surfacing. It didn't break the water, just shadows shifting underneath. A shape that never fully revealed itself. And then there was a sound. It wasn't mechanical or natural. I ran. I didn't stop running. Locked myself in the lower hole until morning. At sunrise, everyone was back, eating breakfast, like nothing had happened. No one remembered anything, not the pings, not the silence. But when I pulled the sonar logs, those 4 pings were still there, and at 4:32 a.m., there was a 5th. The storm came in fast. Faster than the charts predicted. We were off diving a small research vessel, just me and my wife, Lena. Our last trip before she transitioned out of the field for good. She said her body couldn't take the pressure anymore, but I think she just got tired of chasing shadows at the bottom of the sea. We were hunting sound. Not whales or seismic shifts. A tone. An anomaly that kept showing up on deep sea recorders off the Mariana Shelf. Lena had found it on an old Navy hydrophone archive. It was from the 90s, and she became obsessed. She called it the lullaby. We had one shot to drop in before the storm swallowed us. She begged to go with me. She said that she wanted to hear it with her own ears, and she did. About 2,000 feet down, the ocean stopped sounding like water. No wails or rumblings going about, just this long, low tone. Almost warm, like it knew we were there. I felt it in my teeth. She grinned through her mask like a kid at Christmas, and then she whispered, "It's beautiful." And I remember thinking, whispered? We weren't on comms. And that's when my light died, and then hers, and that tone changed. It wasn't warm anymore. It was closer and layered. Like there was something behind it, a presence. We held our position and tried not to panic, but then something moved, just outside the lights, a shimmer, a glint, and the tone. It began mimicking our breathing. I swear on my life, it synced to her first, like it was trying to calm her, lull her. Lena went limp, like she was in a trance. started drifting toward the edge of the trench wall. I grabbed her arm and something was pulling her. I kicked, yanked her back. She screamed, not in pain, in rage. "Let go of me," she cried. How could I hear that? I managed to trigger the emergency ascend, pulling both of our suits upward toward the surface. But halfway up, she fought me, kicking at me, tried to shut off her own suit ballast. She kept muttering, "Don't take me away from them." When we finally made it back to the boat and were in a dire rush to make it back to shore as the storm started, I asked Lena, "What happened down there?" She told me she heard my voice. She heard me calling for her. Said she didn't remember fighting me, didn't remember trying to go toward the trench. We really have no idea what the hell happened out there. But it wasn't just Lena's last time in the water. I decided to hang it up as well. The sea is vast, and there's so much to see. But I've decided there's just as much to see on land. At least up here, I've got some sort of advantage. This is my Uncle Matt's story, and I for sure wouldn't have believed it if he didn't show me a scar on the back of his shoulder. It's covered by a big, cringy tribal tattoo with a Bible quote. It's barely visible, but I could see it when he pointed to it, moving his finger along an almost perfect circle of raised skin. Don't know why I shouldn't believe him, other than how extreme the story turned. I asked my dad the validity of his story. He's Matt's younger brother. He chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, looked him up for a while, that's for sure." So, story goes as follows. Matt got a job as a hydrographic surveyor right out of college. I don't really know the ins and outs of what a hydrographic surveyor does, besides basically using machinery on boats to map the seafloor. Depth, features, science stuff. Matt currently works at Amazon, pissing in jugs to meet delivery standards. I would have never guessed that he was a marine researcher in his past. He just never exactly came off as a scholar, not these days. Picture John Cleese, but homeless. Shaggy brown hair, gray beard. Throw on some glasses thicker than a bottle cap, and you've got my Uncle Matt. He was chosen to work with another scientist named Jason. Their job was to take a small boat with a bunch of machinery out into the English Channel, off the coast of London, where they would do their surveying work. Before they left port, the boat that they were supposed to use was having problems. Jason was acting as captain and lead of their expedition, and with his basic boating mechanics knowledge, he was able to get the motor running again and insisted that they set sail. Predictably, a malfunction would kill the power their first couple kilometers out to sea. While Jason tinkered with the engine below, Matt stays above on deck, leaned over the railing and watching the waves hit the side of the boat. 30 meters out, something floats to the surface that catches his eye, resembling a mound of rubbish or waste. The sun reflected off a big, glossy, black trash bag that laid over the rest of the stuff. Sadly, seeing trash in the ocean isn't a rare thing. Fishing nets mixed with other trash and sea life, it gets tangled all together until there's a buoy of discarded material and dead ocean creatures drifting in the waves. Although an unpleasant sight, it wasn't cause for alarm, according to Matt. It wasn't until he said that he saw a person under the tarp, and it looked like they were fighting the waves, trying to make it over to the boat. That's when he was alarmed. Doing a 360-degree scan, Matt couldn't figure out where this person came from. They were the only boat out there. He calls down to Jason, telling him what he sees, and soon they're both standing on the deck, watching this mass of trash slowly make its way to the boat. They debate if they should throw a flotation device as they stare at it, trying to get enough visual evidence that it's actually a human moving under there. The closer it gets, the figure struggling under the garbage bag begins to look undeniably like a human. As the waves bob the trash pile around, in between the mess, they see the upper body of a man, from his torso level up. Brief glimpses of flesh-tone arms frantically waving every time the black plastic bag moved in the water. It's clearly a human. He was struggling, and as strange as his appearance was, Jason and Matt both leapt into action. A floating ring was thrown from the boat. It was an accurate toss, landing meters from the man, but he didn't swim for it. As much as both of them screamed for the guy to go to the red and white ring, the black mass stayed on track toward the boat. The closer it got, the more unnatural the man began to look. Jason mentioned that the man keeps swinging his arms around like he's treading water. Matt waited for another wave to move the trash around and reveal the man again. When one was large enough to separate the other, Matt agreed with Jason's observation. For the distance he was covering while fighting against the current, it didn't look like he was swimming. He was in a constant state of drowning, emerging from the water, grasping out for anything to hold on to. Questions were traded amongst the two. If they could see the man's facial features, young, old, neither of them got a decent look at the man's face. A foreboding feeling spread between Matt and Jason as the drowning man neared his distance to the boat. They would keep shouting at the man until the giant plastic bag was rubbing against the side of the boat. It's close enough to the boat where they can't just look out from where they are and see it. One of them would actually have to walk to the edge of the boat and lean their body over the railing a bit in order to see straight down to the side of the boat. Jason, the appointed captain, without words, decided that he'd be the one to do it. So as Matt stayed on the middle of the deck, Jason walked to the side of the boat, and after taking a slow, deep breath, he put his hands on the railing and leaned over. The glossy, black trash bag that encompassed the floating blob looked more rubbery and thick than plastic. Parts of it were covered in barnacles. There was a visible nest of garbage, but a lot of what he saw wasn't definable. This is all stuff he was telling Matt as he looked over the side. The center of the mass was still rising and falling, like someone was stuck beneath it. Still thinking it was a man under there, Jason tells Matt to open the rear gate at the deck because he's going to drag it on board. Using a long, skinny metal rod, Jason pushed the blob to the rear of the boat and tells Matt to help pull the thing up. For its size, it's a relatively easy process for both of them to lift it out of the water and begin dragging this man on board. 2 arms reached out from under the muck, but they were thin, deformed. Jason keeps stepping backwards, trying to get it out of the water, as Matt stops and sees that whatever they're pulling onto the deck is still coming out of the water. It no longer looked like garbage coming out of the water. As Matt's trying to figure out what he's looking at, he hears Jason scream. He turns around, and the blob that they were pulling up has opened up. The flesh-toned person that they thought was trapped inside was in reality a group of tube-like tentacles that intricately twisted themselves to resemble a human figure. When untangled, there were over a dozen tentacles whipping around the boat as the creature began to pull itself on board. With half of its body still under the surface, Matt didn't know any marine animal that had those kinds of tentacles. They didn't have suction cups. They looked like hollow tubes, almost like big rubber garden hoses, but massive, and with rows of small, pointy teeth inside, each acting independently of each other. Seeing the chaos, Matt starts slamming the gate on the creature. But that only turned a few of the tube's attention away from Jason and onto him. They lunged towards him. He could feel the razor-sharp teeth embed themselves into his shoulder, and the creature began to drain his blood like a leech. Its slippery body nearly impossible to get a proper grip on, but with both hands, Matt is able to rip it off, leaving a circular hole in his shoulder where it latched onto him. He's still fighting with it when two more attach themselves to his hip and left thigh, striking with the same violent precision as the one that he'd already been wrestling with. It was overpowering, and the loss of blood would quickly weaken him until all he could do was lay there while the tentacles fed on him. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Matt could feel his body slowly being dragged toward the edge of the boat by one that was burrowed into his spine. Then, only by the grace of God, he hears a metallic grinding sound as the boat's motor comes back to life with a shake from under him, and the propellers started to spin in stuttered jolts. Its blades were chopping into what he had to believe was part of the creature, still submerged, because the tubes that were stuck into his body released, and Matt was momentarily smothered as he felt the weight of the other tentacles sliding over him, retreating into the ocean. The men were once again alone on the deck, and after a while, Matt gathered enough energy to pick himself up. Woozy from the loss of blood, he stumbles around the boat until he finds Jason slouched over the helm. His back was covered in bloody holes from the attack, but miraculously, he was still alive. Matt had to use all of his strength to move Jason's body over so that he could take the wheel. He recalls it as some of the worst stagnations of pain he's ever experienced while steering the boat back to land. The open wounds on his body stung like the creature injected toxins into him. And they also burrowed into muscles, severing tendons and making Matt scream out in pain when he has to steady the wheel against the waves. As the boat got into port, he used the radio, got in contact with someone who called an ambulance, and they were waiting when they arrived. The sedatives they gave Matt weren't effective, and he was awake the whole trip to the hospital. Doctors looked at him like he was mental when he had told them what happened. A male nurse overheard the story, suggested that it was a group of big eels or even prehistoric leeches. The nurse's comment may have been delivered in a facetious tone, but Matt argued vigorously, repeating that the tubes were too thin and were all coming from a single source that stayed hidden under the boat. He told them that they all started by presenting themselves in the shape of a human, all the tubes twisted to form a head, arms, down to its belt line. It was intentionally moving the way that it did. The doctor started writing on her clipboard. She didn't find it as humorous as the nurse did. But Matt knew right then and there that this hospital stay would probably be spent at the other kind of hospital, and he was right. But it was most likely in his best interest. Even after his lengthy stay there, my dad said that Matt became even more of a recluse than he already was, and I know it doesn't help that Jason would end up dying in the hospital a few days later, leaving Matt without anyone to validate his story. After I heard it and my dad confirmed it, he added, "Yeah, your Uncle Matt is a man who's lost his marbles, and it was a steep decline to where he is now. But he didn't always used to be like that." So I'm more inclined to believe what he's saying is true. I wanted to come on here, tell his story, and see if anyone with a marine background wanted to lend their ideas as to what this creature could have been. It may not uncrazy my uncle, but it might bring him a sense of closure. I don't know. You tell me. I'm afraid that it could also catapult him into some sort of frozen PTSD deadpan. He kept doing that in between his story, stopping all of a sudden with a 1,000-yard stare for a moment before starting again. Kind of freaked me out. I've never told this story before because I don't have the actual footage anymore. And you know what they say, no pics, didn't happen. But I'm honestly tired of just keeping it to myself, and I don't mind too much if strangers on the internet call me crazy, so here goes. I turned 17 last summer, and my parents took me and my cousins to California. We went to a bunch of places, but one of the things we did was deep-sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman myself. That part was my dad and cousin, but I was excited to go because one of my presents was an underwater drone, and I couldn't wait to try it out. I wanted to get some cool shots of the fish getting caught, but it turns out the fish didn't want to bite while the drone was moving around, so I had to film from the other side of the boat. Also, my drone had a 15-meter range, which is just short of 50 feet. I had to be careful not to go deeper than that. It's noteworthy that my dad and cousin started fishing below 100 feet, when I couldn't film anyway. But they still blamed me when they couldn't catch anything. That was fine. No one was pooping on my party except for me. I recorded a lot of beautiful fish and took the drone to its absolute limit in every direction. It's really hard to describe what happened, so bear with me while I try to paint the scene. My drone had a good light on it, so I could see pretty well. But beyond the light, it was just kind of dark abyss, especially when looking down. Eventually, I saw 2 glowing lights right below me, but they were deeper than the drone could go. I'm as far from a marine life expert as you can get. My interests lay more in filming and editing, and this was just a new way to do that. I probably know less about the ocean than most of you listening to this, but I did know that some fish have glowing eyes, and I know about those fish with the little dangling lights on their heads. These 2 lights were pretty far apart, so they couldn't have been eyes. I thought I must be seeing 2 of those cool dangling flashlight fish. I wanted to get a shot of them so badly. It would have been the coolest part of my movie. I pushed the drone to its limits trying to get a glimpse, but they were just too deep to make out any of their features. They weren't moving, so I didn't either. I hoped they would just come closer to my light or just move closer to each other if the drone was stationary for a few minutes. Eventually, that seemed to work. The lights did seem to get closer, even though I couldn't see any actual movement happening. I started to wonder if I was imagining it, because it seemed weird that they would move that slow and in sync with each other. But hey, maybe that's how these kinds of fish worked, for all I knew. After a few more minutes, I could tell that they were definitely getting closer. The lights were bigger, brighter, and I could almost see the shapes behind them. Only it looked wrong. Instead of 2 separate shapes, it was one giant shape. I thought maybe they were bigger than I realized and coming up side by side, but that wasn't right either. The overall mass extended too far in each direction. Finally, they were close enough to be sure that those weren't the cool flashlight fish. They were eyes, after all. 2 small eyes on a massive body that stretched too far to see the end of. I looked away for half a second to call my mom over. When I looked back, the glowing eyes were surging towards my drone. I had enough time to see a giant mouth filled with rows of needle teeth devouring my drone, and then the screen cut out. I tried to explain what happened, but my mom thought that I went too deep and it sunk out of range. She was pissed. So was my dad. But I was too freaked out to care. In the middle of our argument, something hit the bottom of the boat, hard enough to violently rock it. It wasn't a small boat either. This thing was a pretty good size. The captain didn't have a clue what could have caused it, but he seemed just as scared as I was and said that we had to leave early. I stayed in the middle of the boat with my parents, but my cousin ran to look over the side. The boat got hit a second time just as we started moving, and he almost went overboard, but managed to hang on. He swears he saw a dinosaur-sized tail sinking back below the surface as we sailed away. My parents were more afraid than angry, right up until we made it back to the dock. Then they decided it was probably just a whale and that I was careless with my drone. I tried to pull up the footage on the app to show them that it couldn't have been a whale, but the video wouldn't play. It was corrupted data. I don't understand how that's even possible. Whales don't have glowing eyes or multiple rows of needle teeth, but even if they did, why would that affect my recording? Why would anything affect the recording? My cousin said that the tail he saw was pointed at the end, not finned like a whale's, but they thought that he was trying to cover for me. I've never seen him so freaked out, though. I knew he wasn't lying. He still swears to exactly what he saw, and I know what I saw. The ocean is no place to fuck around and find out. I graduated from high school in 2001, and my best friend at the time happened to be stupid rich. For her graduation present, her dad wanted to take us on a 2-month-long deep sea voyage. They called the boat a yacht. I'm not sure if it really was a yacht or just a big-ass fancy boat. Don was the only rich friend I ever had, and I'm quite poor. I just know that this was smaller than the insanely huge yachts I see on TV. Still, it was big enough for us, her dad, a cook, a butler, and a few sailors to live on comfortably. So yeah, that's probably a yacht. Anyway, we set sail out of Fort Lauderdale. We were supposed to visit the Bahamas and all those little island places, but Dawn decided that she wanted to see Morocco for some impulsive reason I can't remember. Her dad was one of those guys that thought buying a boat magically made you an expert sailor, but he was a terrible captain. On several occasions we heard him arguing with the crew, the guys who actually did this stuff for a living, about going off course, but no, he knew better. So there we were, almost 3 weeks through our trip, somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, and a terrible storm hits. If you've never experienced a storm at sea, consider yourself lucky. It's absolutely miserable. Dawn and I stayed in our cabin, but we couldn't help but look out the little windows. I got sick multiple times, while she cried about being too pretty to die. The butler stayed with us, but he didn't know what he was doing any more than Dawn's dad. He was just there to clean up after us. At one point, we hit a wave so high that the boat went almost a full 90 degrees, and I thought that was going to be game over. When we went horizontal again, it sounded like the boat was breaking apart. I'm surprised it didn't. I truly can't describe how awful it was. It felt like it would never end, but it finally did, and we were mostly in one piece. There was some damage to the deck itself, and a large section of the railing had been crushed. Parts were torn away completely, while other parts were just flattened and mangled. Dawn and I were told to stay away from that area until we could find a port. Needless to say, we weren't going to Morocco anymore. It would take the rest of our trip just to get the repairs done and make it home on time. I had no problem staying off the damaged part of the deck. I didn't even want to leave our cabin at that point. I'd had quite enough of the sea. Dawn, however, was still living her spoiled rich girl fantasy of invincibility. Despite how she screamed when we were actively in danger. She decided that she needed pictures of all the damage to show our friends back home. She said no one would believe how bad the storm had been if we didn't have photographic evidence, and heaven forbid she miss out on any of the attention it would bring her. You're probably starting to understand why we aren't friends anymore, but hold on, it gets worse. So Dawn drags me onto the deck and starts posing next to the missing section of the railing. I had to take the pictures, of course. We were using one of those cheap disposable cameras because her dad didn't trust her with the good camera. Smart man on that front. After we snapped a few pictures, Dawn looked down into the water and started freaking out, yelling for me to give her the camera. I did, and looked over to see a massive, dark shadow rising to the surface. I really thought that it was a whale. We both did. Nothing else could be that huge, right? Dawn laid flat on the deck and leaned over the edge, snapping away as it got closer to the surface. Then the butler saw us, and I feel bad that I can't remember that man's name. He ran over, yelling for us to back up. I did, just out of reflex, but Dawn was totally engrossed in getting her pictures. The butler grabbed her just as the shadow broke the surface. He pulled her backwards just as the waves violently rocked the boat and sent the poor man and our camera flying into the water. Dawn and I both screamed and rushed to the edge in time to see not a whale, but a shark. A massive shark. It wasn't a great white. Those are big, but not whale size. And they sure can't swallow a man whole. But that's exactly what happened here. I know they're supposed to be extinct, but I swear to God, we watched a megalodon shark surge through the water and swallow the butler whole. Each of its teeth were bigger than our heads. The butler was there 1 second and gone the next with the shark. As it dove back underwater, its tail hit the boat and almost sent me and Dawn into the water too. The only thing that saved us were the sailor guys. They grabbed us and threw us away from the edge, hard. I'm not complaining. I'm extremely grateful, don't get me wrong. Dawn's dad appeared right after, and all of the sailors started talking to each other in Spanish. I have no idea what they were saying, but it looked like they were arguing. Dawn's dad was furious. He sent us back to the cabin, where we were made to wait there for hours. When he came down to talk to us, he didn't want to hear about the megalodon. He told us that the butler lost his balance and fell into the water, that it was a tragic accident, and despite the crew's best efforts, he was lost at sea. His family was later given a large settlement to leave it at that, and we went along with the story. We didn't have any proof to say otherwise, so why bother? When we finally made it back to a dock, the boat was sold as is, and Dawn's dad got us plane tickets home. I haven't gone back to the ocean since then. On the rare occasions I can afford a vacation, I prefer to stay landbound. In 2007, I spent a semester aboard the Nereus, a privately funded deep-sea research submarine designed to test new sonar mapping equipment and long-term human submersion protocols. It was supposed to be the next big leap into ocean exploration, pressurized for extreme depths, outfitted with luxury bunking, and by a small team of hand-picked specialists. I was 23 and brought on as a communications intern, which really meant that I took notes and fetched coffee for the engineers. The plan was to spend 10 days submerged in the Puerto Rico Trench, mapping previously unexplored terrain. We descended slowly, testing equipment at intervals. The further we went, the quieter things got, until we passed 25,000 feet. That's when we noticed the sound. At first, it was a low-frequency hum, too deep to register on most of our instruments, but it made my molars buzz. We joked about it, said maybe the earth was snoring, but it didn't stop. The deeper we went, the stronger it got. Some of the others started getting headaches. One of the sonar techs had a nosebleed. We should have turned around. Instead, over the next few days, we pushed deeper. By the 5th day, we hit the trench floor. A desolate, ink-black world filled with silt and shadow. We were beyond the reach of light. Even artificial lighting seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. And that's when the real weirdness started down there. Our equipment began picking up anomalies. Strange sonar returns shaped like spires, rising hundreds of feet from the ocean floor. But nothing was visible through the viewing ports, just blackness and those vibrating noises that now came in pulses. It was like sonar in reverse. Not something we were sending out, but something that was scanning us. Captain Dupree tried brushing it off as geological activity, said gas pockets and crust shifts could explain the pulses, but by then, people were unraveling. One of the engineers started crying, refused to leave her bunk. Another guy kept whispering that he saw movement in the shadows outside the port glass, huge shapes that didn't make noise but left trails in the silt. On the 7th day, one of the external camera feeds started showing interference. At first, just static. Then flashes of something massive passing overhead. No one could agree on what it was. A fin, a spine, a set of glowing ridges. We slowed all operations. Everyone was on edge. That night, though night didn't really seem to mean much down there, I woke up to someone screaming. It was the comms officer, pounding on the sealed airlock hatch, begging to be let out. He kept saying that he heard someone calling his name from the ocean. He swore his mother was outside, just past the glass, telling him to open the hatch. They sedated him. The next morning, he was gone. No alarms, no breach, no alerts from the internal sensors. Just gone. As if he walked through the steel and left nothing behind, except for his uniform, which was folded on his bunk. We searched the whole vessel, and we found no one. Captain Dupree tried to contact Surface Command. Our signal couldn't get through. We were too deep, he said, and the solar flare activity might be affecting the satellite link. It felt like bullshit. And then we started hearing voices over the intercom, static-laced, garbled, but unmistakably human. The problem was, we weren't transmitting anything. Every voice that came through said the same phrase, "Not alone." It happened once every few hours, always the same line, always the same voice. None of us recognized it. On day 9, we began ascending, slowly. Too slowly. Our ballast tanks weren't responding properly, and propulsion was limited. Something felt like it was holding us there. The pulses intensified, and so did the hallucinations. I woke up to find Dupree sitting in the control room with the floodlights pointed straight out into the void. He said if we just looked long enough, we'd understand. That's when I saw them. Hundreds of tiny reflections, like eyes, blinking in the dark. We reached 12,000 feet before we lost power, completely. No lights, no engines, just the emergency battery keeping life support running and emergency lights flickering. The walls of the sub started to creak. Something heavy was pushing against us from the outside. It didn't make sense. We were pressurized for depths even beyond this, but I swear the hull began to flex, like it was breathing, expanding and contracting in rhythm with the pulses. We drifted there for what felt like a full day. No one spoke. Most of us didn't sleep. I sat in the galley, holding a wrench I didn't know how to use in case something got in. Then, suddenly, power. Full system, lights back, motors engaged, cameras reset. But half the crew was gone. Vanished. No signs of damage, no breaches. Just bunks with impressions in the sheets. The sonar was clear. Nothing nearby. Just a clean, flat trench and miles of empty water. Panic ensued with the remainder of us. And when we lost the power again, I wasn't sure I was going to make it. I thought, that's the end. I'm gonna just disappear, vanish. But when the power returned, moments later, everyone was back. The crew entirely intact. And those of us that had remained asked the missing where they'd gone. They had no idea what we were talking about. To them, they'd been there the entire time. We surfaced 16 hours later. Coast Guard met us, took statements, ran tests. We weren't allowed to speak to each other after that. They split us up, NDA'd the hell out of everyone. The official story is that we experienced carbon dioxide exposure and had severe shared hallucinations. That the missing crew had never indeed been lost, but were due to internal psychotic episodes, and they had staged their own exits, somehow, deep underwater, without triggering an alarm. And then returned, also without triggering an alarm. Honestly, I don't know what the hell happened down there, so I was technically happy to sign an NDA. I never wanted to really talk about it again. I guess not until now. Seems kind of far-fetched to even ask if anyone's had an experience like this, but I am curious. What have you experienced 10,000 feet and below? When I was growing up, my mom would take me and my sister sailing on most weekends. The tradition started a few months after my dad died. I guess it was her way of trying to take our mind off of things, and the habit just kind of stuck. Sometimes we would spend a night out at sea. We all loved to watch the sunset and rise over the open water. For really nice nights, we would make our beds on the deck and watch the shooting stars while we fell asleep. On one of those nights, we all woke up to a high-pitched whirring noise and a big, swirling, flashing light shooting out of the sky. It came down so fast. 1 second it was in the sky, and then it was crashing into the ocean, maybe 100 yards from us. It hit so hard that the waves nearly knocked our boat over, and we got soaked by the overflow. When we looked over at where the lights went down, there was an object, almost as big as our boat, floating in the ocean. It was glowing, but with a softer light than what had shot across the sky. I don't know what to call its shape. It had at least 4 sides just from what we could see, so maybe octagonal once you included the other side. It rose into 4 tall peaks, and each one had dark window-like panes circling around the top. My sister and I were more fascinated than afraid. I was only 11, she was 9, so we didn't really understand what was happening, or what could have happened. But our mom was terrified, even though she didn't show it. Over the years, she only spoke of this incident a handful of times, but when she did, she described it as the worst night of her life. Her first instinct was to get us the hell out of there, but she was afraid of drawing attention to us. Ultimately, she couldn't be sure if she decided it was best to stay still, or if she was just frozen with fear. Then one of the spires opened up, and 3 blinding white spherical shapes emerged and started circling what I'm just going to call the UFO, because what the hell else do you call this thing? They would stop at certain points like they were interacting with it, likely making repairs from what we could see or theorize. After a few minutes of this, they went back inside. I'm not sure if they didn't notice us or didn't care that we were there, but as soon as the top closed, the UFO lit up super bright again, like when it was in the sky, and it shot straight up. It was so fast, it looked like a shooting star as it disappeared back among the stars and out of sight. My sister and I thought that we saw a magic show. We were so excited, we didn't understand why our mom stayed up the rest of the night, or why she made us leave at the crack of dawn. We do now, obviously. We still went sailing a lot after that, but we never went out quite that far again. I wasn't supposed to be alone that night. It was a simple overnight trip, just a short sail, drop anchor, crack a few beers with my cousin Evan, and be back in the morning. He bailed last minute, said his kid had a fever. I should have rescheduled, but I'd already prepped the boat and the forecast was clear, so I went. Just me, a borrowed sailboat, in the open water off the Florida Keys. It was calm at first. I anchored a few miles out, watched the sunset, made myself a drink, even dozed off under the stars. But sometime after midnight, the wind kicked up hard. I jolted awake to the sail flapping violently and the waves slamming against the hull. The sky had gone black. No stars, no horizon, just chaos. I tried to pull the anchor and power back, but I was too late. One rogue wave hit broadside and flipped the boat. I surfaced, disoriented and gasping. The boat was upside down. I managed to climb onto the hull, soaked and shaking, with nothing but the emergency light clipped to my vest. No radio, no flare gun. My phone was somewhere at the bottom of the ocean. So I waited. The hours passed slowly. The wind died, but the water didn't calm. Every little splash made my heart jump. I shouted at passing shadows that turned out to be nothing. At one point, I saw lights, distant and bouncing, like a boat's mast, but they faded. No one came. Then came the voice. At first I thought I was imagining it. Delirium, maybe, but it was clear and close. "Hey, over here." A woman's voice, young, crisp. I turned in every direction, nothing but waves and sky, and then again. "Help me, please." It was so close it sounded like it was coming from the water itself. "Where are you?" I yelled. No answer. "Hello?" Silence, and then splash. A few feet off the starboard side, something broke the surface. Just a ripple. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark. "Help me." The same voice, behind me now. I spun around, but the water was empty. It just kept happening. Every few minutes the voice called again, always from a new direction, always panicked, always too close. But the worst part was, I recognized it. It wasn't until the third or fourth time that it clicked. It was my sister's voice. But that was impossible. She was thousands of miles inland. "Over here, Danny." She used my name next. I almost swam away from the boat. I don't know what stopped me. Maybe the rhythm of everything. Every call sounded exactly the same. Same inflection, same timing. Like a recording on a loop. Like it didn't understand how real people would speak. But it knew enough to sound like my sister. Around dawn, a Coast Guard chopper finally spotted me. And I wept the whole way into the basket. The guy strapped to me asked if I was injured. I just kept saying, "Did you hear her? Did you hear the voice?" They just said no, just wind and water. They never found anyone else in the area. No other boats were reported missing. No swimmers, no divers, nothing. They chalked it up to trauma or shock. But a voice. I'm fine now, mostly. I don't go out into the water anymore. Not even really ferry rides. I moved away from the coast and found a job inland. But of course, I'll never really be able to let go of the weirdness of the story. Even if it was my mind playing tricks on me, it really creeps me out. About a decade ago, I took a short-term job offshore on an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico. I just finished a rough divorce and needed the money bad. I wasn't trained in drilling or anything. My role was mostly support, helping with cleanup, monitoring sensors, filling in whenever an extra set of hands was needed. The pay was good for 3 weeks of isolation and long shifts, and I figured I could handle anything for that long. The rig was called Nadir 6, sitting about 200 miles off the coast of Louisiana. It was older, built in the late 80s, but still in active rotation thanks to a patch of deep-sea reserves that they hadn't fully tapped. The guys there were mostly decent. Some rough personalities, some loners, a couple of sarcastic lifers, but Nothing too bad. But even from day one, Nadir 6 felt off. It started with the lights. At night from the platform you could see strange flickers below the surface, far too bright for fish, too slow and oddly rhythmic for anything mechanical. They weren't always in the same place. Sometimes they'd hover out near the edge of the visible water. Other times they'd be directly beneath the rig, pulsing, blue, green, and cold, like a heartbeat of light through murky glass. I asked about it the first night. One of the veteran guys, Roddy, he just muttered, "deep bioluminescence," and told me to ignore it. But then I caught two others talking in hushed tones about the same thing in the galley the next morning. One said the lights used to move. The other said that he saw them stop once, just stop, dead still. When he stared at it for too long, they just moved, like they were alive. But they always seemed to show up before something went wrong, is what one guy said. 3 days in, we did lose power to the lower pump station. The whole place shuddered, groaned. It was kind of creepy. Well, really creepy. One of the backup generators kicked on, but even then the hydraulics stayed out of sync. No explanation, just a blown fuse or an operator error, according to the report. 2 guys were reassigned to land shortly after. Didn't even say goodbye, just packed and left. A few nights later, a diver went missing. We were doing some inspection work on one of the main supports below the waterline. I wasn't on the dive team, but I helped monitor the audio and cam feeds. Everything looked fine until it didn't. 1 second, he's adjusting a valve. The next, there's a burst of static, and the screen goes black. Then you hear his muffled screams through the regulator. We all rushed to the control station. His voice, even though muffled, was in full panic. He kept trying to shout about lights in the dark, something moving between them. And then a noise, low, vibrating, not from his mic, like something scraping metal from the outside. His voice cut out and there was no bubbles or debris, no body, just silence. We pulled up the second diver, and he refused to speak, refused to even look at anyone in the eye. When he got to the surface, he ripped off his gear and sat shaking in the corner for hours. Management sent him home the next day on a private chopper. I never learned his name. We were told it was an equipment malfunction. No dive team was sent out again during my rotation, but those odd lights stayed. They changed too, not just pulsing anymore. They began circling, spinning around the rig, slow like a lazy orbit. It made the shadows move weird across the walls at night, especially the bunk halls, like there were people walking past your door when there weren't. A guy named Sal swore that he saw one of those lights in his room, said it flickered just once, right above his head, and then vanished. He didn't sleep after that, not once. They had to sedate him after he tried to climb the communications tower to get away from the glow. And just like so many others, he was gone by morning. I couldn't help but watch the lights every night, and I noticed something. They weren't just moving. They were forming shapes, geometric shapes, triangles, spirals, even writing. At least it looked like writing. Of course, I don't know what it said. Symbols I couldn't read, glowing and fading beneath the waves like phosphorescent calligraphy. I tried showing it to Roddy, but he refused to look with me. Said some things are better left alone. That night I woke up to silence, not calm ocean silence, the kind where everything stops. No creaks, no machinery, just stillness. Then the rig started humming. The sound came from below, vibrating through the floor like something massive had attached itself to the underside of the platform. Looking out, the lights beneath us flared, forming a perfect ring, and something rose, I didn't see all of it. No one did. Just a glimpse. But it was enough. A wall of gray, featureless flesh. A slit of an eye the size of a manhole cover. Rows of bioluminescent points crawling across the thing like veins. It wasn't a creature. Not the way that we understand creatures. It was a presence. A depth-given form. Something old and buried that had simply been waiting. We didn't even make it through the full 3 weeks. The rest of the crew, what was left of everyone, was evacuated the next morning under the guise of a mechanical failure. When we made it back, our gear was confiscated. Phones, journals. They made me confirm the video on my phone was the only copy I had, which it was, and they deleted it. They demolished the Nadir 6 that winter, said it was structurally unsound. I still have no idea if the ship was the problem or something at sea. Maybe both. The two seemed to work in tandem together, and the more senior crew members, like Roddy, seemed all too familiar with what we encountered that trip. My great-uncle swore he saw Viking longships in the North Sea during a storm. He never backed down from his story. It might sound a little far-fetched, but it's a story I grew up hearing from someone I trusted more than almost anyone else. My great-uncle, my granddad's older brother, spent most of his life in the Navy. He was one of those old-school sailors, hard jawline, rolled sleeves, voice like gravel. He wasn't the superstitious type. Didn't believe in ghosts or aliens. If it wasn't something you could punch or swear at, it didn't concern him. But he told me this one story, only once, when I was around 11. It was retold to me by others, but he told me once, and I still think about it to this day. He was stationed somewhere in the North Sea. I don't remember the exact coordinates, but it was cold, bleak, and deep into the winter. Said that they were on patrol during a bad stretch of weather. Not a hurricane, but close enough. Gray skies, heavy winds, waves that made the deck feel like a seesaw from hell. He and a few of the guys were on deck duty that night, all of them roped in because of how violent the water was. Everyone soaked to the bone, goggles nearly useless with all the salt and spray. Visibility was awful. And most of the guys were just trying to get through the shift without puking or freezing. And that's when he saw them. He said it like this. We were riding a swell. The ship tilted up. And I swear on my mother's grave, we saw longships. Viking longships. 12 of them. Wooden, blackened by the rain. Carvings on the front, snakes and dragons or the like. Just rising out of the water. Oars cutting through the sea in unison. He said they weren't lit. No lights, no motors, no sound but the storm. Just perfect silhouettes moving through the rain and darkness. Steady, like they weren't even affected by the storm, like they belonged there. One of the guys next to him saw it too and yelled, "What the hell is that?" But by the time the others turned, the wave dropped, and they lost sight of everything. Just black ocean again. He told the others, told the higher-ups too, and he got mocked for it. Guys joked about him needing glasses, about drinking too much, about ghosts of angry Norsemen coming to collect unpaid debts. You name it. But he never backed down, not once. He didn't even tell the story that often, only a few times from what I'm told. And almost always after someone else brought it up. But every time he did, his eyes went distant. He'd lean forward a little, lower his voice and say, "They were real. I wasn't hallucinating. I didn't hit my head. I saw them." I believed him. It wasn't just that he was family. He didn't really do ghost stories. I'd heard plenty of his sea tales about engines dying in the middle of nowhere, about lightning striking so close it fried a guy's radio pack. But this was the only one that ever felt different. like it haunted him, just a little. Years later, I asked him about it again. He was probably in his late 70s by then, mostly retired from storytelling. I was in college, studying Norse mythology of all things, and I wanted to hear it from him directly one more time. He chuckled when I brought it up and said, "Still thinking about those boats, huh?" And then he paused and looked out the window for a long time. There was no joke or punchline. He just said, "There are things out on the water older than you and me, older than steam or steel. Maybe they don't show themselves unless they want to. Maybe they never left." That was the last time we talked about it. He never did retell the story, but he passed away 2 years later. I still think about that night, what he saw, how sure he was. I choose to believe him, not because it's fun, but because he never asked anyone else to. I was on a ferry for a school softball trip off Kodiak Island in Alaska, 2014. I was 18. A whole bunch of us had snuck up to the deck around 11 p.m., wanted to watch the waves and smoke cigarettes and weed and just be general teenagers on a boat without supervision. It was 11 p.m. in May in Alaska, so the sun was thinking about setting, but it was still bright outside. So we're just doing our thing, and we notice a pod of orcas swimming with the ferry's wake, which is very cool, but not, unusual. If you're familiar with the dimensions of an orca's fin, you know that they're about 4 to 6 feet in height and look like big black spikes coming out of the water. They travel and hunt in pods of anywhere between 15 to 40 whales, apex predators, the beautiful demon murderers of the sea. Total assholes, but top of the food chain. So, we saw a pod of orcas, counted them to be about 10 or 15, with some babies scattered in there. Very fun to watch. Took them a good 30 minutes to all go by. We tried to get pictures, but it was just dark enough that our shitty phone cameras weren't much good. And about 30 or 40 minutes go by, we've pretty much sobered up and it's about to get dark. We're cold and sleepy and about ready to go in. No more orcas. Haven't seen one for like a half an hour. And then one of my JV girls spots another one. So we all turn and look, but one dorsal fin is immediately followed by another, and another, and another, and then two more after that, in separate rows, and they're taller by a lot, and jagged, like some would have whole chunks torn out of them. And they were 8, maybe 10 feet tall, and they were all attached to one creature. We could barely see its back slicing through the water, covered in these rows of spikes, and it just keeps coming. This thing is like 20 or 30 feet from the ferry, running parallel to it, and we're all just transfixed. Like there's 9 or 10 of us, no one saying a word because we've all just turned to look at a whale, and we're all now watching something that's like horrifyingly, terrifyingly, obviously not a whale. Someone tries to take a picture, but it's too dark at this point, and the only reason we can see this thing is the light that's cast from the ferry portholes. Tale as old as time, when it comes to things you really fucking wish that you had a picture of. But we all stand there, completely scared and fucking stiff, in awe. We watch this thing just keep surfacing for a good 6 or 7 minutes, which means that whatever it was long, like 60 or 70 feet long, or longer, and covered in enormous spikes. Spikes that looked like they'd won 1,000 battles with God knows what. It took what felt like an eternity for any of us to say anything after the last of it disappeared into the strait. I mean, if you and 8 of your friends had just seen something that all science had definitely pointed to not existing, and you had all seen the exact same thing, and it was very obviously trailing, no, probably hunting, Not one, but 15 apex predators. What do you even say to break the silence? That's the thing that eats me about this whole thing. It was the hunting. It was following them. It was literally hunting about 60 ton of toothy, angry, intelligent apex predator. Every once in a while, one of us will hit another one of us up and check in, like, hey, do you remember this? Was I hallucinating? Did we all see the same insane, worldview melting, terrifying thing that night? And the reason I know we did is because none of us talked about it after that. Not during the trip. Not after. Not to any of our friends, because we knew how the fuck do you even tell someone about that? But now, almost 10 years between us and that night, I assume that some of them probably have told other people. I know that I tell people, because I've seen a lot of shit like that in Alaska, and also because there's a very rich history among Native Alaskans of a something that lives and hunts in the waters around Kodiak, and it's important to tell its story because someday it's going to eat a little too much plastic, and no one's ever going to watch it hunt a pod of orcas from a boat ever again. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some shit, but one of the most terror-inspiring things I've seen are what can happen with some of those loose logs from a logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet into the air. No biggie. Shows up on radar, easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so. It rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by wind and waves, and it looks quite menacing, like giant spears. Now, put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes, out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths, waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It's a genuinely terrifying sight, rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen 2 in one season. It's just such a random terror that has the opportunity to fuck your shit up in a particularly terrifying way. Me and one other person saw a sea serpent swim by, very close to the shoreline from the beach where we stood. This was in the southeastern part of the U.S., on the Atlantic. About 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, it was swimming casually along the shore, headed south. It was very obvious that it wasn't anything common. By far the largest serpent-shaped anything I'd ever seen. We didn't see its head or face, only parts of its body emerging from the gentle waves. It was very thick, about 12 to 18 feet long, black to grayish. This was in 2023. I'm not sure what exactly we saw. My companion who loves the ocean was so spooked that he wouldn't go swimming. Usually he's fearless, so this really made me question what we saw. Neither of us have ever seen anything like that in the ocean before. We've lived up and down the East Coast Atlantic all of our lives, spent a lot of time on the water. I'll never forget the experience, though. Maybe I'm dramatic, but even the energy in the air that morning on the beach, it felt different. Needless to say, the ocean is mysterious and massive. It's not hard to believe that many unknowns could be lurking. I grew up along the coast of Georgia, just a short drive from the marshes. People always said the water held things, old memory, bad energy, sometimes even spirits. I never really believed any of it until one night about 10 years ago. I was out near the St. Mary's River, helping a friend bring in some crab pots before a storm rolled in. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and the wind was already picking up. The tides were high, and the air had that thick, charged feeling, the one it gets before a bad storm. As we were pulling in the last trap, I noticed something out past the reeds, standing just barely in the water. It looked like a person, tall, still, pale in the moonlight. I thought it was someone else out there checking traps, until I realized they weren't moving, just standing there in the water. No swaying with the wind, not reacting at all. My buddy saw it too. We both stopped talking and just stared for a few seconds. Then the figure slowly sank down. No splash, no movement, just slipped beneath the water. The storm hit hard the next morning. Torn up docks, power outages, a couple of boats flipped over in the marina. I've only told a few people about what I saw. Everyone says the same thing. You saw a storm spirit. Around here, it's not unheard of. People say if you see something strange in or near the water before a storm, you better take it seriously. Now I do. Every time I see the tide rise a little too quick, or the air gets too still, I remember that pale figure, like I can't get it out of my mind, but I don't waste any time getting inside. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago, just off the coast near La Push, Washington. I've been fishing most of my life, grew up out there, and you learn to read the water, the air, the quiet. You learn when something's off, just so. I was out early. Sun hadn't fully come up yet, still a heavy marine layer hanging over the water. It was the kind of morning where everything's so still. No gulls, no sea lions. It's just me, the fog, and the faint hum of my trolling motor. About an hour in, I'm cutting across a stretch where the water usually runs a little choppy, but this morning it was like glass. That's when I noticed something. It was bobbing, about 40 yards out. At first I thought it was driftwood, and then it moved. It was long, pale, not white, just off-colored, like smooth bone or something underwater for too long. No fins, no face that I could see, just this shape, maybe 10 feet long, rising a little out of the water and dipping back down, slow and deliberate. I killed the motor and just watched. It surfaced again. It was closer this time, but still no sound, no splash, just that slick movement and this sense, not fear exactly, but a sort of pressure, like I was being sized up. It stayed there maybe a minute, maybe less. Then it sank. No ripple, no current, like it hadn't even been there. I've fished this coast for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it. Told my brother, and he said maybe it was a whale calf or some odd tangle of kelp. But I know what kelp looks like, and that thing, it was watching me. Haven't gone back out past that stretch since. A few years ago, I was out fishing in a 16-foot aluminum boat with a buddy of mine, just off the coast, calm waters, good weather, nothing out of the ordinary. We were anchored and chatting quietly when we noticed a disturbance in the water, way off in the distance. At first, it looked like a ripple or maybe a school of fish breaking the surface, but whatever it was getting closer, fast. Within a minute or so, we could see a large wake forming, bigger than anything we'd expect in that area. No boats around, no obvious cause, just a powerful rolling swell moving straight towards us. Before we had time to react, 3 massive whales glided silently beneath the boat, close enough to make the water chum. For a moment, it felt like we were standing on a paper boat. The water rose, shifted, and settled just as quickly as it came. It was incredible, and honestly a little terrifying, how effortlessly they moved beneath us, like shadows in deep water. I camp with the same group of friends every year. Just a guy's trip to unplug, fish, drink too much, and talk crap around the fire. We never go to the same spot twice, and last fall we picked a site near a creek in the Tennessee backwoods. Beautiful place, crystal clear water, moss-covered rocks, and not another soul for miles. The first night, normal stuff. We set up camp, cooked dinner, someone fell asleep in a camp chair holding a beer. You know the drill. But the second night, we stayed up late, talking. Around midnight, one of the guys, Kevin, noticed something across the creek. "Who's that?" he asked, squinting. We all looked, but just trees, far as I could tell. But Kevin swore he saw someone, a man standing knee-deep in the water. He said that he thought it was a fisherman at first, but something about the way he stood wasn't right. Too still, like he was waiting for something. We chalked it up to moonlight and beer, but Kevin wouldn't let it go. He didn't sleep that night, just sat by the fire with his flashlight aimed at the creek. The next morning, we found wet footprints around the back of Kevin's tent. Just his tent. He left after that. Said something didn't feel right. I can't blame him. The rest of us stayed the final night, but nobody slept well. The creek, which had been peaceful before, suddenly felt too quiet, in a creepy way. Whatever Kevin saw, if he saw anything at all, it certainly left a mark on him. He doesn't camp with us anymore. Says he's done with the woods. Says the man in the creek might still be watching. Seems a little dramatic, but he's serious. Decades ago, I took a midnight swim in the Atlantic Ocean. I'd gotten out pretty far, so I decided to turn around and look at the shore from where I was. All of a sudden, next to me in the water was a man. He said something like, "You're out a bit far, don't you think?" I responded that he was right, and then he said that I should head back to shore. I thanked him and swam back. When I got out of the water, I turned around to see if I could see him, but there was no one there. Why it never occurred to me to ask him to swim back as well, I'll never know. This happened the summer after 8th grade. I haven't told many people about it, mostly because it still messes with me when I think about it too hard. Do you ever have something like that? Where it felt off in the moment, but then later, after you've had time to replay it 1,000 times, it feels way worse. That's this story. There was this summer camp that my friends and I went to every year in the Ozarks. Typical stuff. Archery, hiking, crafts, canoeing, that kind of thing. The main attraction was the lake. It was massive, glassy, and deep as hell. Every day we'd swim and kayak and do all the dumb things that kids do. Except that year, something was different. On the first day, they told us that the lake was off limits. No swimming, no boats, nothing. They blamed it on a bacterial bloom or some environmental issue, but even at 13, I could tell they were lying. The counselors avoided answering questions, and they posted these weird handmade signs on all of the trails leading down to the water. "Do not approach after dark." All caps, exclamation points. Naturally, we were idiots and took that as a dare. There were 5 of us who snuck out that night. We waited until after lights out, and then cut through the woods with flashlights and towels. It was stupid, I know, but it was hot, and we just wanted to swim once before the week ended. We made it to the lake around midnight. It was quiet. The water looked black, like oil, just sitting there without a single ripple. One of the guys, Josh, cracked a joke about how it felt like we were breaking into a graveyard, and I laughed, but it stuck with me. We went in anyway. I stayed close to the shore, but the other four swam out farther. They were trying to outdo each other, splashing around, seeing who could hold their breath the longest. It was dark enough that they disappeared quickly into the middle of the lake. And then I heard this splash. Not a small one, huge, like someone doing a cannonball off a dock. But we were the only ones out there. I shined my flashlight across the water, caught a glimpse of something moving, big, no shape, just this ripple that moved in a perfect arch, fast and wide. I thought maybe a deer had come down to drink or something, but then I heard Logan scream. It wasn't playful. It was blood-curdling. By the time we pulled him out of the water, he was shaking so hard he couldn't talk at first. He had scratches down his side, and one of his shoes was missing. We asked him what happened, and he just kept repeating, "It touched me. It touched me." He wouldn't go back into the cabin. Slept in the mess hall with the lights on, curled up in a ball. The next morning, the staff told us that Logan had gone home sick, except we found his bunk untouched. Same clothes, same shoes. He hadn't taken anything. It was like he had vanished. Years later, one of the guys who was there that night told me that he'd gotten an email from Logan's mom. She said that they never came to pick him up. The camp called, said that he'd already been picked up. Here's the part that I think is crazy. A few summers ago, I was scrolling through local forums, looking for information on a hiking trail near that area, and I saw a comment thread about the camp. Someone said the lake was drained after a drought. They found bones in the mud, not a body. Bones, small ones, multiple sets, and no one ever talked about it. I don't swim in lakes anymore. I've never told anyone this in full. My wife knows something weird happened, but I've never gone into detail because honestly, I don't think anyone would believe me. I'd prefer to stay anonymous, but I just keep thinking about it over and over, so here goes. This happened about 6 years ago off the coast of North Carolina. I was scuba diving with two friends on a wreck that we'd been planning to explore for a while. An old World War II freighter sitting about 90 feet down. Visibility was okay, current wasn't bad. I was the first one down. I should mention that I've been diving for about 15 years. I know my limits. I'm careful with air, depth, decompression. This wasn't my first time diving wrecks either. About 20 minutes into the dive, I broke off slightly from the group to check out a passage under a collapsed portion of the hull. My buddies were nearby, maybe 15 feet off, clearly visible. I saw what looked like an old ladder descending into the sand, half buried. I went down to inspect it, and that's when something changed. The water, it felt thicker, and the temperature, it had dropped, but only around me. It got dark fast. Visibility went from 15 feet to maybe 5 in seconds. It was like a fog bank had rolled in underwater. My dive light started flickering. At first, I thought that it was dying, but I'd just changed the batteries that morning, and that's when I noticed something else. This sound, like a vibration, not mechanical, and not marine life. It was low and rhythmic, almost like breathing. Not mine, something big. I turned to signal my buddies, but I couldn't see them anymore. Nothing but cloudy water. I checked my gauges and everything looked fine. I wasn't low on air. I wasn't panicking. Not yet. And then I felt a hand. It closed around my upper arm, firm, cold, and unmistakably human. It wasn't a snag. It wasn't gear. This was a hand. But there was no one there. I spun around fast. My heart was pounding as I did. I was expecting to see one of my friends screwing with me, but no one was there. Just emptiness. My light steadied for a second, and I swear to God, just beyond the beam, I saw a face. Pale, eyes open, but blank. Hair floating upward like seaweed, and then it was gone. I was sort of frozen in place. I didn't know which way was up anymore. My mask fogged slightly, and I realized that I'd started breathing too fast. I forced myself to calm down and check my compass. I turned toward where I thought the wreck was, but it was like the ocean had swallowed it whole. I was just gone from everything. And that's when it got worse. My regulator suddenly stopped pulling air. Not a full failure, just a sudden resistance, like something had clamped down on the flow. My tank had plenty of PSI. I tapped the gauge, nothing. I tried my backup, same thing. In that moment, I was 90 feet underwater, alone, disoriented, and couldn't breathe. Then I felt another touch, this time on my back, not grabbing, pushing, firm and steady. I started rising slowly at first, then faster than I wanted. I should have been inflating my BCD, but I hadn't touched it. My hands weren't even on the controls. Whatever was pushing me, it was guiding me up. I could feel fingers between my shoulder blades. It didn't feel aggressive, just urgent. I broke the surface, gasping, ripping my mask off and coughing. I was almost 100 feet from the dive boat. My friends surfaced about 5 minutes later, panicked. They'd lost sight of me and had been circling the wreck looking for any sign of me. I asked if either of them had grabbed me or seen anyone else down there. They hadn't. I didn't tell them about the hand or the face, not then. Later, when I logged the dive, I checked my depth profile. There was a strange anomaly. My depth jumped erratically for a few seconds before I started ascending, like I'd been lifted. I kept thinking about the face, the hand, the way it felt so deliberate. I even did some digging into the wreck, and it turns out that the ship had gone down in 43 after taking a torpedo. Most of the crew made it off, but 3 were listed as missing, never recovered. Divers say it's one of the more active wrecks, but most people just chalk it up to eerie feelings or cold spots. I know what I felt. Someone or something down there, and it didn't want me to die. Make of that what you will. This happened in the summer of 2022, but I swear, part of me is still floating out there. I took a small fishing boat out on Lake Powell, solo. Not uncommon for me. I've always been the type who enjoys the silence. No phones, no people, just water and time. I left before sunrise with a cooler, a backup battery for the trolling motor, and my usual emergency gear. But I made a mistake. A few, actually. First, I didn't check the forecast close enough. Just glanced at it. Sunny, calm, low wind. Fine. Second, I took a rental boat with a radio that I'd never tested. And third, I ignored how fast clouds were moving in around 3 p.m. I was deep into one of the side channels when the storm rolled in, and it rolled in fast. 1 minute the water was glass. The next, it looked like a churning nightmare. Waves started rocking the boat. The sky went black, like someone cut the power, and the wind turned vicious. I pulled an anchor and I tried to make it back to the launch ramp, but visibility was shot. I had no idea which way I was actually facing. I grabbed the radio. Dead. Not low battery, just dead. Wouldn't even light up. I felt real fear set in. Not the jolt of adrenaline kind, but the quiet kind. The kind that makes your stomach spread outward, slow, cold. I still had GPS on my phone, but guess what? No service in that part of the lake. I could see the map, sure, but with the storm overhead, no signal meant no real-time location. Just a blinking dot stuck in place. And then the light started fading. Storm clouds turned the afternoon into night. I tried to steer using landmarks, but the cliffs and canyons all looked the same. Just jagged silhouettes against a darkening sky. I couldn't tell if I was going in circles or further out. Eventually the wind died down, but so did the battery on the trolling motor. I was drifting now. No engine, no anchor. No noise except the soft slap of water against the hull. I kept thinking about how big that lake is, how deep, how empty. The silence was actually suffocating. Even the birds had left me. I tried yelling once, just to hear something. My own voice came back weird, flat, like it didn't belong in that space. As night fell, I started to worry about hypothermia. I had water, but no food, no extra layers, just a thin hoodie with a rain shell that was already soaked through. The temperature dropped fast. I curled up at the bottom of the boat, trying to conserve the heat. Time blurred. I don't know how long I laid there. Then I saw a light, way off in the distance. Just a faint yellow glow, moving slowly between the canyon walls. I sat up and started flashing the tiny light on my keychain. On, off, over and over. It was all I had left. I thought maybe it was a ranger or a houseboat. I didn't even care at that point. I just needed someone to see me. Whoever it was, they saw me. Turned out to be a fisherman coming in late who happened to notice something bobbing in the dark where it shouldn't be. He towed me back in. We didn't talk much. I think he could see it on my face, how close it had gotten to being something else, something final. Now, I don't go without a working VHF radio, backup batteries, signal flares, 2 phones and waterproof bags, you name it. Because the lake doesn't really care how experienced you are. It doesn't care how much time you've spent out there. The lake just is. And if it decides to keep you, it won't make a sound. When I was 9, my family moved into this older house with a swimming pool, which was a huge deal to me at the time. The house had sat vacant for years, a foreclosure situation, I thought. And the pool had gone completely to hell, full of algae, cracked tiles, busted pump. But my parents had some money saved and spent weeks fixing it up before we officially moved in. I remember my dad joking that the pool was the reason they bought the house in the first place. I helped during the renovation by mostly getting in the way, poking the gunk with sticks. But once it was filled and blue and sparkling again, it did feel like magic. The backyard smelled like chlorine and sunscreen for most of that first summer. It was perfect, until it wasn't. I remember the first weird thing happening maybe a month after we moved in. I was swimming alone one afternoon. I wasn't supposed to be, but I always begged and pestered, and eventually my mom would cave so long as I promised to stay in the shallow end. That day I was just floating around on my back when I felt something grab my ankle and yank. It wasn't like kicking off the wall or brushing against a leaf. It was a pull, hard enough that my head went under and I swallowed water. I came up coughing and flailing, completely freaked out. My mom came running when she heard me yell, but of course, no one was there. She asked if I'd slipped, and I said no, something had grabbed me. Her face did this weird thing where it stayed calm, but her eyes didn't. She made me get out immediately, and we didn't talk about it again. After that, I didn't want to swim alone. And then more stuff started happening. At night, we would hear splashes. Not like frogs jumping in, but big splashes. Like someone cannonballing into the deep end. The first few times, my dad stormed outside, thinking it was teenagers that had broken in, or that an animal had fallen in. But he never found anything. And the water was still. Sometimes the gate would be latched, sometimes it wouldn't be. Sometimes the pool light would flicker even though it had just been replaced. We'd hear water sloshing and crying, muffled, like someone was underwater. One time my bedroom window fogged up from the outside in the middle of the night. It had a small handprint on it. It became this quiet thing in the house. We didn't talk about it, not really. If I said something, my mom would tell me I had a bad dream or was stirring things up again. But even they were on edge. I caught my dad draining and refilling the pool once with no explanation. Just said the filter was acting up. We moved when I was in high school. Nothing dramatic, just a new job for my dad in a different city. It wasn't until I came home from college one Thanksgiving that my mom let something slip. She'd had too much wine, and we were sitting around after dinner when I mentioned how creepy the pool had been. She kind of froze and then said, "You know, I never told you this, but the people who lived there before us, they had a little boy. He drowned in that pool. We learned it later, but we couldn't tell you." I just stared at her. "They left after that," she continued. "Never came back for their stuff or anything. Your dad found out when he was talking to the old mailman. Said the kid got stuck under one of the broken pool covers. While his mom was just inside making lunch. He was only 7. I was 9 when we moved in. Anyway, I still have a really hard time with swimming pools." At the beginning of March, we had a pretty big storm out here that knocked out the power and brought down some trees. Nothing on our property was damaged, but it took more than a weekend to get all the branches and debris out of the yard and driveway. And there was one other thing. Someone had tied a rowboat to our dock. It was covered with barnacles, and the wood had deteriorated, like it had spent the last decade at the bottom of the ocean. Most of the paint had chipped and worn away, but I could see the whole thing used to be painted blue with white trim. The side of it read, "Oh, Susanna." The vessel didn't look sea-bearing by any means. Neither me or my husband are very boat-savvy, and our dock isn't big enough for a full motorboat to sit at. It's got enough for a few chairs and fishing at most. We purchased this property because it was beautiful and isolated. Occasionally, when the weather's good, we get our grandkids jumping off of it, but that's mainly what it's been used for. It's attached to the backyard, and that's pretty much the only way that you can reach it besides swimming at it from the opposite way. Our beach access doesn't have California sand. It's pebbles and bigger, a rocky man-made half-circle that connects our backyard to the dock. We have a security camera that faces into our backyard. It doesn't reach as far as the water, but it gets the whole grassy part of the yard. Our back deck and a little bit of the driveway. Everything that leads from the dock is in view, but we didn't see anyone cut through our yard. Not towards the dock or away from it. But the boat clearly hadn't just washed into the shoreline because someone had lassoed it to the dock with a brown rope. Again, though, unless the owner tied the boat off and then jumped back into the water and swam away, there was no way our cameras wouldn't have caught them. Our whole system cost us a pretty penny. It's motion activated, records in crystal clear HD. Regardless, there was still a rickety broken boat on our property with splintered wood and tetanus nails that neither of us wanted our grandkids playing on. We joked that it was actually the perfect size boat for our little dock, and that we'd been considering getting something small for us to push around on the water, but it wasn't going to be this boat. We didn't know what to do with it, though. Pushing it back into the water would have just littered the seafloor by the dock. And it was way too big for my husband, Santiago, to lift and move on his own. So we thought we'd ask our son-in-law to break it apart the next time he brought the kids. It let out an eerie creak every time the waves pushed it around, almost like the boat was singing, but the current wasn't strong enough for it to fully drift back. Santi carefully placed a foot inside the boat, making sure to avoid the exposed nails. And then from under one of the benches, he pulled out a vintage Sears tackle box made of metal and copper. It was the only thing inside the boat, and when he handed it to me to climb back out, I held it up, found an engraving on the underside that said, Roebuck and Company, 1940. It was in pristine condition. No rust, no dents. I couldn't believe my eyes. Then we popped it open. We saw that it was filled with wooden lures. They all looked to be hand-carved. Some of the lures we were pulling out were so intricately crafted that they resembled small art pieces rather than fishing gear. The inside of the box was also completely dry. We closed it up and walked back into our home where we dumped it out onto the table. There must have been more than 20 different lures, a bunch of extra hooks scattered across the tablecloth. When we were done looking at all of them, we put all except for one back into the tackle box. Santi took a dragon-shaped one because he thought it looked really cool, wanted to hang it on his rearview mirror. He put that one in his coat pocket before we went to bed. Later that night, our house alarm went off. The panel said that our back patio door had been tampered with, but the motion sensor didn't pick up anything. None of the lights outside were activated. Santi got out of bed to check around the house and immediately runs back into the room telling me that every door in the house was wide open. He ran back to grab his rifle. I followed him out of bed and I stood behind him as he went from room to room checking for an intruder. When we were unable to locate the source, we checked the camera feed. They didn't capture anything or anyone, but at the exact same time and speed, you can see our front, side, and back doors swing open. It was so unsettling, and with no explanation as to how it happened, all we could do was lock everything back up and hope it didn't happen again. I think it shook Santi more than he let on because he grabbed his rosary from the dresser and slept with it in his hand that night. The next morning he called our son-in-law and asked him to come out to help move the boat. They made a plan for that weekend. We then went downstairs, and the house was filled with a disgusting odor, like a fish market in the summer. When we returned to the kitchen, the tackle box that we had brought in the night before now looked eroded, oxidized, and rusted. It was also the source of the smell. Seaweed and rocks were stuck in the chipped metal. It was the same tackle box, with the same engraving on the bottom, but now it looked like all of the years of wear and tear caught up to it, overnight. I made Santi take it outside, and he brought it all the way back to the boat, returning it right where he found it. But the energy in the house still felt off. It was the morning, and a gorgeous sunrise was about to come through the window, but the house, it still felt cold. I couldn't escape that spooked feeling as I'd walked around the house. It felt like we'd brought a presence into the home, and it wouldn't leave, like someone standing over your shoulder when you're alone in a room. I'm not one of those crystal ball horoscope ladies, but I felt like I could comprehend what it meant to feel an energy shift, like when the air feels different before a thunderstorm. The hair on my arm stood up, and I felt like my baseline was staying comfortably in fight or flight mode. In the house that I'd spent decades in, I now felt like something was waiting to grab me from every corner. When the weekend rolled around, David, our son-in-law, came down with his truck and an axe to break the boat into smaller pieces that could easily be loaded up and moved. Me and my granddaughter, Nevaeh, watched the boys work on the boat from the patio. She walked inside to get a soda from the fridge, but came back with that small little dragon lure the one that Santi had taken from the tackle box. I'd forgotten all about it until she showed it to me. Just like the tackle box it came from, the wooden lure looked worn down and broken. The hook was dull and misshapen, and Nevaeh noted that it was stinky. I told her to throw it in the yard. I'd have one of the boys take care of it. Where did she find it? I asked. I didn't think she would have walked all the way up to the bedroom and gotten into Santi's coat, and she didn't. She says she almost stepped on it by the refrigerator. Wow, that could have been a doctor's visit. She got lucky avoiding it. Standing on the back deck, she winds up and throws the dragon lure as far as she can into the grass of the backyard. Right after it hits the ground, I hear Nevaeh say, "Grandma, look." She's pointing out to the bushes on the right side of the yard, and out from under the leafy branches pops the scariest coyote I've ever seen. It emerged from the bushes looking like a demon from way down low. The sight of it made me use the Lord's name in vain and grab Nevaeh to go back inside. From the kitchen window, we both watched the coyote slink into the yard. It looked dead on all accounts. One of its eyes were dangling on its cheek. Its fur was patchy with mange. Sticks and leaves were tangled in its hair, and the eye that was still in its head, it was foggy and white. Its face had on a permanent snarl, but I was surprised at how fast it moved despite its condition. It entered the yard with a sort of limp and stared back at us with its one eye. Then it turned its head towards where Nevaeh had thrown the lure and crossed the yard in expeditious leaps. It picked up the dragon lure in its mouth and then swiftly exited the yard where it had entered. I'd never seen anything like it before. When I told the boys about it, they thought it was strange too. It's common to see wildlife where we are. I've seen a few coyotes on the property previously, but none of them quite like this one. None of them quite bold enough to come out in the middle of the day like that. After David and Nevaeh left with the remnants of the boat in the back of his truck, Santi and I walked out to the bushes where the coyote had come from, and there was fur and what looked like bits of decayed flesh stuck in some of the lower branches. That's when Santi also told me that when he went back out to the boat with David, the tackle box he'd put back was gone. Nowhere to be found, even after the last piece of the wood was loaded. The only silver lining to the story is that the removal of the boat, the disappearance of the tackle box, they helped my house get back to normal, back to being our home again. I'd be lying, though, if I said that I didn't think about this whole incident anytime I look out onto the dock. I came across a man who'd hung himself on his boat 5 or 6 miles offshore about 4 or 5 years ago. The eerie and truly creepy part was realizing what it was. We saw just a boat out in the middle of the ocean's nowhere, without anything other than blue horizon in sight. At the break of dawn, there was fairly thick fog, as it had rained the night before. Realizing that the figure hanging from the boom was a man was one of the most haunting things I've seen. My dad was a sonar tech in the Navy for 15 years and spent a lot of his time on submarines, specifically testing the new ones. He told me many stories from his time at sea, but he never revealed why he quit the Navy until I was in my mid-20s. His crew had been assigned to test a new model, built to go in deeper waters for longer periods. When they reached their target depth, they began running the next round of tests, and the sonar detected a large range of hills along the seafloor. It had a giant round mound over 200 feet high, with several small ridgelines stretching out of its center. My dad described it as if someone had taken a giant octopus and laid it with its legs splayed outwards. The following day, they continued along their route and made it to the next checkpoint for mapping and the various tests. Only this time, there was a problem with the results. The octopus-like mass was closer than it should have been, and some of its legs were at the wrong angle. It seemed their navigation had somehow taken them off course, so everything had to stop while they figured out what was wrong and how to fix it. They spent the entire day checking every part of their systems, but they couldn't find the error. In addition, everything else on the sonar was exactly where it should be. So how was this mini mountain range in a new position, like it had followed them? After another round of tests and checks yielded the same results, they received orders to proceed to the next checkpoint. There, it was the same story. Everything seemed to work perfectly, except the sonar showed the mass as being the same distance from them as the previous days, and the legs were once again in new positions. All of the data was reading as if those hills were actually following them along the ocean floor, like they were alive. Every crew member was an experienced sailor. They all had heard stories about prehistoric creatures still living in the sea. Some of the men were starting to think the landmass was actually one of those monsters, that its shape wasn't a coincidence. They held their position overnight, but there were no further changes in the seascape. Being unable to determine the equipment's malfunction or quell the rising panic amongst the crew, they were ultimately ordered to abort the mission and begin their ascent. They had only risen a few 100 feet when the sonar showed one of those legs moving towards them. Whatever that mass happened to be, it was alive. It wasn't moving fast. Whether it didn't feel the need to or simply couldn't is unknown. But the long appendages dwarfed the submarine. It would be all too simple to crush them beneath its colossal weight. With no time to spare, the captain gave the order to fire or torpedo and increase to full speed. The creature took a hit and let out a sound that haunted my father until the day he died. He couldn't describe it except to say that it felt like the ocean itself was crying in pain. Every man on the sub froze as a shockwave from the explosion carried them helplessly away. The sonar was rendered useless during this time. At first, they believed it was damaged in the blast, but once the creature fell silent, it began to function normally once again. 2 days later, the Navy sent 2 teams down in hopes of eliminating the creature and recovering its body for study. But after more than 3 weeks of searching, there was simply no sign of it. My dad, along with most of his crewmates, never felt safe in the water again. Several were discharged, but my father managed to finish the last months of his contract. He had always planned to stay in the Navy until he retired, but thanks to this experience, he decided to sell cars instead. It was a huge change to our lifestyle, but I was just a kid who missed her dad. I thought he wanted more time at home, and for years afterwards, he never let us see the trauma beneath the surface. That's just the kind of man he was. Then, last year, he passed away after a long battle with cancer, and I've been thinking about his old stories a lot. So, I thought it might be good to share this one. If you spend a lot of time out at sea, please stay safe. There's so much we still don't know about the ocean. My grandpa spent his life on fishing boats in the North Sea, and he passed down a lot of stories before his stroke in 2016. Most of them involved giant waves, sinking ships, or piracy, but there was one instance he only spoke of a few times. If you aren't familiar with the North Sea, it's among the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. Grandpa worked on one of the larger boats, but even the biggest get tossed around like toys. Severe storms appear suddenly and unpredictably. The waves were so violent that the men were thrown about the ship without warning. Broken bones and concussions were just routine hazards of the job. Of course, that was nothing compared to falling overboard. That's why any man walking on the deck was tethered to a safety line. The day in question was one of the rare brighter days, but those came with their own dangers. Pirates were far more active on those occasions. Grandpa was one of the men posted to keep watch, while the others brought in the nets. These giant nets were lifted with a crane and capable of supporting more than 1,000 pounds, so we're talking durable stuff here. But this time, it only rose a few feet before coming to a grinding halt. Grandpa had a better view from his position, but even he could only see the line disappearing beneath the surface. The crane was under too much strain and quickly switched off, but the awful grinding noise didn't stop. Next, the line suddenly went slack. The net was rising again, but only for a second. It then went tight with great force and seemed to be pulled out to sea. The ship was dragged behind it for a short distance before the line fell slack again. While most of the crew were distracted with bringing in the net, my grandpa and 2 others were still watching the water. They saw a giant ripple appear. It was more than 3 times the length of the boat as something began rising to the surface. Grandpa thought that he was about to see some kind of military submarine, but instead, it was a fishtail, half the size of a blue whale. Not that you typically see blue whales in the North Sea, but it's supposed to be the largest creature in the world. Yet here was something that had an equally as large of a tail, possibly bigger. Only the finned part emerged, and it quickly disappeared again with a hard slap that sent a dangerous wave crashing into the side of the ship. You never want a wave to hit you from the side. They're lucky it didn't take them down, but it did knock Grandpa from his post. If not for the safety line, I would have probably never been born. When order was finally restored, the empty net was pulled back onto the boat. Something had ripped it apart. The ends hadn't been cut or chewed through. They had been pulled apart by brute force. Men who spend their lives at sea tend to be a superstitious bunch, and these guys were no different. By the time they learned what Grandpa and the other 2 witnessed, they were all ready to sail back to port, even though they had 3 weeks left on the hitch. I guess a lot of people would find a new profession, but there weren't a lot of job opportunities in my family's area, so my grandfather spent another 30 years at sea before finally retiring. It was a common lifestyle where they were from. My dad moved to the U.S. for college, where he met my mother, and we've been in Illinois ever since. I don't put much stock into ghosts or monsters, but we don't know what the hell might be out there in the oceans. I don't play when it comes to that stuff. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore, right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. This happened about 5 years ago, and to this day, I still can't look at deep water the same. I was kayaking solo on a glacial-fed river in Montana. Stupid in hindsight, but the current was moving faster than I expected. I'd done the stretch before. I figured I could handle it. Somewhere around the third bend, I hit a submerged log. It's one that was sitting just beneath the surface. No warning, no splash, just boom. The kayak instantly flipped. I remember the freezing shock of the water. It hit me first, like knives in my lungs. And then the world went dark. I was trapped, upside down. I was pinned under the damn thing. My paddle was gone. One arm stuck between the cockpit rim and my body, the other flailing. I had maybe 5 inches of air trapped inside with me, just enough to panic in. I was thrashing harder than I ever have, but the current was pressing the boat down. I wasn't just flipped. It was wedged against the log underwater, and I was still in it. I don't know how long I was under, maybe 30, 90 seconds, long enough for my brain to scream every terrible thing it could come up with. That I was going to drown, that no one would find me until I floated downstream, that my parents would never know what happened. The cold started making its way in, and I could feel my fingers going numb. That scared me more than anything, because when your hands stop working, you just stop fighting. And then, a miracle. The current shifted just slightly, a tug, like someone pulling my foot. Literally, someone was pulling me out of the kayak. I felt myself reach fresh air and took a breath. I flipped the kayak back over, held on for dear life, and looked to thank my savior. No one was there. I don't know how. I replayed it 1,000 times. I still don't understand how I got out. I surfaced maybe 20 feet downstream. I was coughing up water, shaking. I couldn't really swim anymore. I just sort of floated there, just holding on until I could drag myself out. I got lucky, really lucky. Mild hypothermia, a bruised rib, lost a lot of my gear, but I lived. Now I don't ever go out alone. I use a dry suit in cold water. I strap a knife to my chest. I respect the hell out of rivers because they can silence you. This happened when me and my parents were on vacation to some place near Spain when I was still young. We went to a little beach at some coastal town where I then immediately jumped into the ocean with my swimming goggles on. I then crawled onto some rocks and walked around until I noticed a crab sitting on the rocks. I then traversed them carefully while trying to catch it, but it kept crawling away. This continued until I then followed it to a point where the little bay I was in ended and the open ocean began. So then little me decided that it was a good idea to jump into the open water to see if there was anything cool down there. I then jumped in, and I was immediately hit with the cold temperature of the actual ocean water. But the worst part was that even with my goggles on, I couldn't see anything down there. I was met with a giant black void. No fish, no plants, no rocks, nothing. I then immediately turned around, began swimming back as quick as I could, and since that moment, I haven't gone beyond the shallows ever again. In December, my area in Texas experienced some serious floodwaters. I know several people who lost their lives or came close to it. The floodwaters hit quickly, and to say that we aren't built for that is a bit of an understatement. My family did fine. We weren't out on the roads, which seemed to be the most dangerous place to be. Some damage to the outside of our house, some trees nearby, caused some issues for a few days, but that was the worst of it. But it wasn't the weirdest of it. I can't explain what happened the morning after the worst of the floods, but I'm going to try to relay it. We were sort of trapped in our neighborhood for a couple of days due to downed trees and a flooded road. So during that time, we just went around with our other neighbors helping anyone who needed it. The second morning, the water had mostly receded, leaving behind the kind of mud that sucks your boots in when you try to walk. My husband and I were making rounds with 2 other neighbors when we reached the last row of houses on the far side of the loop, a stretch of homes that backed up against the thick of the woods. One of the houses there had been hit especially hard. Debris clung to the front fence, and the windows on the lower floor were blown out. And that's when we heard it. Help. It was faint but urgent, a voice definitely human, crying out from inside the house. We all froze, and then it came again. Help. Clearer this time. Multiple voices maybe, begging, pleading. My stomach dropped. The 4 of us rushed to the door and tried it, but it was swollen shut from the water. My neighbor Tim kicked it in, and we charged inside expecting to find people trapped or hurt. But there was no one. The house was completely empty. Furniture overturned, water lines creeping up the walls, mud smeared across the floor, but no signs of life. We split up, calling out, checking closets and the upstairs rooms. Nothing. The house was dead quiet. And yet we all swore that we heard it. Not just me, all of us. Same direction, same voices. We regrouped in the living room, rattled and confused. Tim made a sort of nervous joke about sound bouncing in weird ways after a flood, but none of us really believed it. Not the way that voice had sounded so close, so desperate. I still think about that morning, about that house, about what we heard, and why, when we broke in to save them, there was nothing. I'm finally ready to talk about the reason I went back to school last year. Before that, I was working on fishing boats. I don't have a wife or kids, so my time is my own. People always thought that it was weird that I enjoyed spending long stretches at sea, but I always thought that it was weird that they didn't. I figured it was one of those to each their own kind of things, but maybe they knew something I didn't, or just had better instincts. Most of the companies work similar to oil rigs. You go out with your crew for a few weeks, and then you come home to be off for a few weeks. I enjoyed my time off the same way that I did my time on, at sea. For every big industry boat, there are just as many day fishers. And it wasn't uncommon for me to help one out if they fell short-handed. Well, one morning during the summer of 22, I headed down to the docks in hopes of setting out with one of my day crews. My usual guys didn't have any openings, but I did notice a few summer boys arguing over where to find the gas tank, so I decided to introduce myself. Rich kids on college break were my favorite employers. There's no real work to do, so it's basically a babysitting gig. These guys wanted to take out Daddy's boat to get some good pictures for Instagram, but then they got to the docks and didn't know what to do next. There were 3 of them, but I probably shouldn't use their real names, so the owner's son can be Chad, and his buddies can be Sam and Dan. After gassing up, I made my sales pitch and they invited me right along. The only thing they cared about was catching one of those swordfish things, and being back before dark. The home before dark part was a piece of cake, but I'll circle back to the marlin stipulation in a minute. I would have gone for free, but I didn't argue when they gave me $500. It was just before 8 a.m. when we left the dock for a small island that local kids sometimes use for parties. But people never go beyond that point because the other side is surrounded by jagged rocks. One's hidden just beneath the surface. They'll put a hole in your hole before you realize what's happening. and they extend much further than you'd expect from such a small island. But the safe side is big. Like I said, kids party there all the time. I don't want it to sound like I recklessly took them to some dangerous location. We didn't even go to the actual island, only close enough to point it out. We anchored and began fishing around noon. Normally, I would have spent a good half hour explaining a few key differences between regular fishing and deep-sea fishing, but they had done zero research before the trip. With the bait that they had brought along, I didn't have to worry about them hooking a marlin or letting it get away with their pulls. People like that never think about the fact that the fish will unhook itself. The first hour or so went exactly as I expected. Chad and Sam made some nice catches, but didn't want to touch the fish, so I kept taking them off the lines and rebaiting their hooks after the photo op. Dan, however, he learned to bait his own pretty fast because he kept getting robbed. It seemed like we had a good system worked out. After a few beers, I felt comfortable trying some of my own bait to see if I could catch the boys something worthy of posing with, but that turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. While I was showing off to Chad and Sam, I realized Dan grabbed some of my bait, but even if I had, it really shouldn't have been that big of a deal. That just had to be the one time he set his hook properly. It was instantly clear that something was wrong when the entire boat lurched back hard enough to knock us on our asses. I shouted for Dan to let go, but he couldn't hear me over the loudest splash that I've heard in my life. I don't say that lightly. I've watched my captain fight a great white, and they make a hell of a fuss, but this sounded like a goddamn whale. I didn't need to see it to know that we were in danger. As I rose to my feet, there was a second giant splash, and a hard impact to our starboard side, knocking us all back on our asses. I scrambled to Dan, half crawling, half running, screaming to let go all the while. But as I got closer, I saw that he had. It was stuck on the rails, and he had been trying to turn it so that it would slide through. That's why I usually cover these things before the fishing begins. Once the panic starts, it's hard to utilize common sense. I began screaming, cut it, instead. But the words fell dead on my lips when the coil of a giant, pale green serpent's body rose above the water and dropped onto the railing where the rod was stuck, smashing everything it impacted into splinters. The boat rocked to an almost 90-degree angle before slamming back into the water. Just before Dan could fall through the broken rails, I rushed to my feet to look over the side, just in time to see the last 6 feet of this tail disappear beneath the waves. I've spent my entire life on the ocean, but I've never seen anything like what we saw that day. It was like a giant anaconda left over from the Jurassic period. I've heard countless old sailors talk about creatures like it, but monster legends and sailing go hand in hand. Knowing what I do know now, it makes me wonder what other stories are true. And how many of the boating accidents by that island were actually from jagged rocks. Obviously, we returned to the docks immediately after that, but I haven't been able to go back out on the water since. I've always kind of been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea, so when the opportunity arose to scuba dive in the murky depths of the Puget Sound, I couldn't resist. I knew very little about scuba diving, but I'd had an instructor with me, 2 in fact, as well as a small group of other very beginner divers. It was a super misty morning. A layer of fog was still over the water when we'd walked our way in. I was from Everett, but Mukilteo practically sits right beside it, but it's got some of the most beautiful views and a spot well known for diving. Right between a beautiful hotel and some off-limits oil docks. The area is rather peaceful, to say the least, compared to the main beach or the lighthouse park. I found myself descending into the chilly waters off the coast. We weren't head under quite yet, but I could hardly wait to explore the world just beneath me and surrounding me. There was a period of time where I felt so comfortable I almost lost focus on the instructor and what they were saying. Luckily, it was all repeated. Finally, submerged. It was much quieter than I expected it to be. Only the sound of my own breathing through the gear mingled with the almost eerie silence. I navigated the underwater space through the kelp forests. I realized it was also darker than I expected. Everything, including myself, swayed with a gentle current. I was calm, and then I wasn't. An unexplainable unease began to settle within me. It was as if an invisible force would snatch me into the darkness at any given moment. It felt as if I was being watched, for sure. I tried to tell myself, "You're with people. It's probably just an actual person." Though I knew deep in my gut, the same gut screaming for me to get away, there wasn't a fellow diver in those dark shadows of the water, but someone, something, watching my every move, was in the shadows. Just as I was about to resurface, a spectral figure materialized before me, underneath the surface. The ghostly apparition was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Translucent and ethereal, much lighter than the shadow it seemed to emerge from. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and at first I thought it was some sort of jellyfish, but I saw its eyes, as piercing as any bright light. Just for a moment, they were fixed on me, causing me to increase my speed to the surface. Still, I was so curious about what I'd seen. Surely those weren't eyes. Now that I'd had a moment to think, I considered that maybe I had in fact seen another diver, that the light had been their headlamp, too, somehow. I didn't have mine on at the time, but maybe I should have. I lowered myself closer to the seabed, trying to capture a glimpse of its presence again. But as I descended, to my sheer horror, the apparition was directly in front of me. At first, I thought it was mirroring my movements, but I realized, whatever it was swimming away. I rose to the surface again, realizing most of the divers were to the northeast of me. I was the furthest back. I swam closer to the group and descended underwater. I realized even from a distance the divers were much clearer. I could see their details clearly underwater. They weren't remotely transparent or shimmering in any way. I decided to try my luck one more time. I swam back in the direction I just explored, but I felt someone grab my leg. I was completely unprepared for the sensation, and it caused me to panic underwater. Summoning some remaining courage, I propelled myself away from the grip on my leg, my heart pounding in my chest. And even though I had oxygen, I felt like I couldn't breathe, like I needed air. I felt it again, a strong pull on my leg. The water's current seemed to conspire against me, suddenly pushing me further into the sound, away from the safety of the surface, further away from the rest of the group. Just as I thought all hope was lost, an eerie stillness settled around me. There was no longer a grip on my leg, and I seized the opportunity to swim upwards with all of my might. Breaking through the surface and touching shore, I removed my headgear and gasped for air. Up to that point in life, I'd almost drowned twice. Been stung by a kind of jellyfish that hurt, and been thrown from a four-wheeler into a metal shed. But at that moment, my body was trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and relief like I'd never felt before. I don't doubt that the Puget Sound is a beautiful ecosystem worth exploring, and it's got several good spots. I've just never been back to that spot in particular. The memory of the underwater encounter, it's still vivid in my mind. I decided that I didn't really need to know what it was. Honestly, the moment it tried to pull me under or away, just pull it all, I was done. My favorite things to do have always been swimming and exploring, so it's no wonder that I became obsessed with scuba diving and caving. I was 12 when my dad started taking me to do these things, but I didn't go into my first underwater cave until I was 18. After that, I went to as many as I could, as often as I could go. I had no problem exploring the same one over and over. There are some close to where I grew up, and I know them as well as my own home. I'm 36 now, and in all those years, I've never had any close calls or seen anything unusual until my trip to Hawaii. You can see many of their underwater caves on Google, but you won't find the one that I'm talking about. And I'd rather not say exactly where it is, so don't ask. I don't want to be responsible for someone else going down there when I barely made it out. A few days into my trip, I met some locals who told me about a spot that I wouldn't find on the maps. They were planning to go that weekend, were kind enough to invite me to go along. Unfortunately, I was too excited to wait. They warned me not to go alone, but I knew I could find it based on their description. I only intended to explore the entrance. I was never planning to take any risks. I even left most of my equipment behind so I wouldn't be tempted. But this cave was unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to find air pockets in these types of places. But that's usually what they are, pockets, smaller spaces where the water doesn't reach the cave's roof. If you're lucky, there will be a ledge or somewhere to rest without having to use your oxygen supply. But, barring a few exceptions, that's about it. This cave was the mother of all exceptions. I swam to the other end and found that what I thought would be a good resting ledge, but it wasn't. Once I got out of the water, I saw the ledge actually went further than my flashlight could reach. I kept walking, thinking each step would suddenly reveal the end, but it never came. I don't know how long it actually took, but I walked much further than intended. When I finally reached the other side, there was no wall, just more water. I immediately wanted to jump in and keep exploring, but I suddenly got a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The coldest chills of my life spread through my body. I've had friends get creeped out like that sometimes. It just never happened to me. But whatever this was, I could feel it in my bones. I carefully surveyed my surroundings while trying to calm down. That's when I noticed another ledge across the water. After a short debate with my better judgment, I decided it was safe enough to swim across and continue exploring the other side. That's when I heard footsteps. My stomach traded places with my heart. It sounded like something very large was dragging its feet and getting closer. But when I shined my light in that direction, the sound stopped. That's when the real fear hit me. If something else was down there, trying to sneak up on me, they only had bad intentions. Knowing I had to leave quickly, I kept my light trained on the opposite ledge, in hopes of gaining a little extra distance as I backed away, and a huge pair of red eyes appeared. They were only visible for a brief second before fading back into the darkness, but they definitely weren't human. Even if they hadn't been red and glowing, no one has eyes that big or that far apart. Whatever they belonged to was massive, and I didn't want to meet it. Eventually, my light fell short of the opposite ledge, and a loud splash came immediately after. That thing had jumped into the water to continue its pursuit, and I panicked. I turned and began running as a deafening roar erupted behind me. It made no other sound as it swam across, but it arrived at the other side faster than any human could have. Next, I heard its claws tearing into the rock wall as it climbed onto the ledge, and I fully believed I was going to die there. As the sound of its pursuing footsteps grew closer with each second, I was tempted to turn and face the beast before it killed me. If I was going to die, I deserved to know what my killer looked like, but I was too afraid. Another low growl echoed the cave. Tears filled my vision. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the end just ahead, and somehow I'd made it. I barely had enough self-control to enter the water properly, but I'd been through too much to let stupid mistakes kill me now. I swam like a madman, fully expecting a large splash to follow right behind me, but it never came. After a short distance, I stopped with the realization that I would spend the rest of my life wondering if what I experienced was real or some kind of break from reality. So I resurfaced once more, without the flashlight. Everything was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. All except for two glowing red orbs in the distance. I couldn't make out anything else, not even the shape of the owner's head. They were completely still, until they suddenly rose several feet higher, like how a snake will stand straight up. It's hard to guess the height even at that angle, but at the very least, it was much taller than a human. Needless to say, it was a while before I went into another cave, and it certainly wasn't that one. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers. But mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there, so one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke, not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a 4th grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, "Not really." Not really? What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home, maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing, the part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties. He just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else, something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways. I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. When I was about 5 and my sister was about 3, we were staying at a Motel 6 that had an outdoor pool. My sister and I were playing in it with our mom. My dad was, and still is, a preacher, and he was busy at one of the tables outside working on a sermon. A man at the pool noticed the Bible and used it as an opportunity to ask my dad for counsel. My dad said that he would be happy to sit and talk with him. Not too long before that, my mom was getting my sister and I out of the pool and was going to take us up to the room to get us bathed and cleaned up for dinner. The man was like, "Well, I'm not comfortable talking out here. Let's go to your room." My dad said, "Sorry, but no, that's not an option." The guy was like, "You're a pastor. It's your responsibility to make me feel at ease so that I can do some real healing." My dad said again, "Not possible, but I can meet you at the cafe, buy you a cup of coffee. We can have a good talk." The man started getting frustrated and pushy, saying that the only way he was comfortable talking was in my dad's room. My dad said, "Sorry, good luck to you. It's not going to happen." Eventually, the guy gave up and left. But my dad said that he was pretty sure that the man was trying to get into our room to do bad things to our family. We ended up leaving shortly after that. Attached to my old high school was a building with a swimming pool. One summer, my friends and I managed to break in. By break in, I should clarify that during the summer, it was open to the public, and we'd originally been there as guests. But we had the very bright idea that if we hid in the building during closing, we would eventually be left with the pool to ourselves. So that's what we did. We'd swam in the pool a million times, but for some reason, we imagined ourselves having a sort of party in there this time. We ran into a slight problem almost immediately, which was that closing this building down took a lot longer than any of us expected. And we'd spent a good amount of the night just hiding and dodging the janitorial staff. However, the lights eventually all turned off, and finally, we heard the main doors shut and lock. We all creeped out of our hiding places and met outside the pool room. This was a pretty old building in a relatively suburban small town. No cameras or anything like that to worry about. But we also realized we'd be swimming in basically total darkness. We tried for a while to switch the lights on, but we realized they all required a key. They weren't really switches at all. So just when we'd accepted our fate of swimming in total darkness, we realized the pool lights were on. It was pretty much dark everywhere except the pool, and for a while it was fun as hell. One friend, though, Devin, he always has to, do more, if you know what I mean. If we were skating, he had to try the craziest tricks or skate the places we weren't supposed to. He was a big fan of stealing his parents' car during the night just because, and he always had to get high. Mind you, we were 14 at this time. So Devin decided that he's going to smoke a joint, but not just smoke a joint. He wants to pull the pool cover over us and hotbox the thing. Basically, I object immediately. One, because the thing is super heavy and we just spent 10 minutes getting it off. But two, because I don't want to hotbox anything. Enough people agree, and so Devin and a couple others decide to hotbox the sauna instead. It's in the same structure as the pool, and the door faces the deep end. While they go do that, the rest of us decide to do backflips off the diving board, showing off, just bullshitting around. I get kind of tired at some point and just let myself sort of wade in the water, watching my friends continue to do their thing. Then I decide I'll go sit in the hot tub for a while. Swimming in the direction of the ladder, I feel someone grab my leg and pull me back in the direction I just came from. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I found myself inhaling a bit of water. It hadn't just pulled me, though. Something was keeping me underwater. I struggle long enough to start panicking, and when I finally emerge from the water, I'm gasping for air. Naturally, I'm sort of pissed, and I know that I'm about to get someone back really good. But as I look around me, directly around me, I see there's no one around me. Everyone's still either on the other side of the pool, waiting to do flips from the outside, while the rest are still in the sauna. Then splashing could be heard behind me, but I already knew that no one was there. Instead of even looking, I swim as fast as I can to the other side of the pool. When I raced out of the pool, everyone's asking me what the hell's wrong. I didn't say a word, but they wouldn't stop staring, so I just told them flat out, we gotta get out of this pool. That's when our friend James flew out of the sauna. Devin and the rest followed quickly behind him. They all looked thoroughly freaked. James, addressing everyone, says the same thing I'd said only moments before. We gotta get out of this place. For some reason, this time everyone listens, and without any more words, we all grab our stuff and book it towards the back door. As we make our way out of the building anything but gracefully, Devin is hollering about the sauna having a mind of its own, and he's yelling, asking why none of us opened the door for them. Apparently, they'd been banging on the door of the sauna. The rest of us swear we didn't hear anything. My friend Andrew starts telling Devin to calm down, that they probably just got too high in there or something. The rest of the guys from the pool agreed, laughing that the guys got themselves paranoid, but I don't know. I believed them. We finally came to a stop when we'd made it a certain distance away from the pool. James and Devin were dead serious about what they'd seen. They said they hadn't been putting water on the stones, yet the stones kept reacting like someone was splashing water on them, filling the sauna with more and more steam. When it got to be too much, they put the joint out and attempted to open the door. But they couldn't get out. Somehow, the door was locked from the outside or something. I do know that none of us guys outside heard that at all. They recounted the story over and over while the other guys laughed, and I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I really wanted to say something, but the way everyone was reacting to their story, I don't know, I just couldn't do it. We were technically only sophomores at the time, so we still had to experience this place for another 3 years. It never quite felt the same, but I also never swam there at night again. And I never had anything else try to pull me down or whatever, ever again. Something we did learn our junior year A student had drowned in that pool in the 80s. They didn't know how to swim, apparently. During class, they ended up drowning while the teacher, who also served as the lifeguard, had stepped away from the pool area. They took their eyes off the pool for less than 5 minutes. None of the other students had noticed the kid struggling, and unfortunately, he died. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad, Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis, and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushion seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon, so much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but the eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then, a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turn to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch, but I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part. asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers, but no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive. In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. But he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks? My time spent working at the Riverside Inn was both a blessing and a curse. It's an old building that exudes charm, a beautifully preserved building from a whole different era, surrounded by lovely shops and friendly shop owners. It's just all around a great place to be. Yet as the night falls, quite literally when it gets dark, I couldn't help but feel like there was more going on there. Haunted? Honestly, probably. Though I tend to think almost anything that's got history has history, and that includes ghosts. My first encounters came during my late night shifts at the front desk. As I sat there, boring myself with paperwork, unnecessarily organizing my already organized space, I would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I would turn to face them, but then there'd be nothing there. I could brush this kind of thing off, but only so many times. I felt like the more I talked to my coworkers about it, the more stuff would happen. Maybe that's a natural progression. Or maybe I was just paying closer attention. Because sometimes the shadows felt more like they would take the shape of people. I can't prove it, but others would describe what they'd see as silhouettes versus shadows. I believed we were all seeing the same things. The only time I ever caught a real glimpse was when I was exiting the elevator at night. I watched a shadow form to my left near the entrance of the hotel. As I turned, but before I faced it entirely, I saw the shape and decor of a woman, one who was wearing something not of this century. As I faced her, it was like in the same instant she vanished. No more silhouette, no more woman. But I had seen her. This was many years ago, but even then there were ghost hunters, paranormal investigators. We'd get several of them coming through the hotel, and we'd frame their published articles mentioning the hotel. We would embrace and highlight their findings. Of course, I don't know if these people were honest, but what I can tell you is that the hotel doesn't participate. We don't have anything rigged up to help these individuals sell whatever it is they may want to sell. We just allow them to rent a room at a reduced rate. They agree to share their findings, be truthful, etc. And then the media department approves whatever it is they plan on publishing. It's not just the ghost hunters who come looking for ghosts, though. It's likely no surprise that lots of people enjoy the whole haunted appeal. Curious creatures. Guests would sometimes like to discuss and report on the noises emanating from empty rooms or desolate hallways. Some guests even spoke of seeing apparitions at the foot of their beds and otherworldly glow surrounding them. One particular room, nicknamed the Whispering Suite, gained quite the reputation. Reports of persistent whispers that seemed to come from within the walls, echoing through the room till they become almost deafening. Staff didn't experience this one, but then again, we didn't stay in the rooms. Possibly all this information being so in your face, yet eloquently presented right as you walk into the hotel, maybe it created a sort of mass hysteria. Like planting the idea, and now every sound or shadow is probably a ghost. But for what it's worth, my experiences are real, regardless of what anyone's written in any article. Besides the woman, I heard unexplained footsteps echoing down the hallways, as if someone is walking with purpose, even though the area would remain empty, whispering directly behind you. Only there's no one there, and it's unclear what's being said. I guess I'd call it disembodied voices. The first time it happened, I genuinely reacted as though a bee had flown in my ear. It was that close. I swatted at whatever it was, did a full 360 spin a few times, and yeah, no one. Nothing there physically, but there was still the faint sound of someone whispering, closely. The atmosphere of the hotel itself, the creaking floors, flickering lights, it all adds to the building's age-old charm, but they can also be little reminders that there's something more. I haven't felt or seen anything remotely like I did at the riverside. I think that's because I'm not really looking, and I'm not really expecting to find anything. But I believe if you start paying attention, and especially if you go looking for it, you will experience things you can't quite explain. For reasons that I'm sure will become obvious, the names in this story have been changed. My dad was a chef for a very wealthy family from 1972 through the summer of '81. He was one of 3 in-house chefs. They would each rotate staying in one of the guest rooms for a week to be on call for anything this family may request at any hour. During the summertime, they would pay my dad extra to accompany them on their yacht, continuing his duties as chef while they'd travel the northern Atlantic for weeks at a time. At the end of one of these trips, my dad returned home carrying a pillowcase. Being the nosy kid I was, I looked inside and saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life. That night, my dad tells my mom that he no longer works for the family, that we'd be moving to Cleveland the very next morning. That night, as my parents fought in the other room, I gathered my favorite things, trying to keep as much as possible. As I listened through the wall, I could tell it was serious. My mom was crying. My dad was crying. All night I watched as they packed as much as they could fit inside our suitcases. Everything else was left behind. I was too young to understand the gravity of what was happening around me, too young to pack my own suitcase. We arrived at the airport some ungodly hour in the morning, landed in Cleveland also in the morning. For the first 2 months, all of us stayed in a small motel until my dad found us a house in Jefferson. The pillowcase stash of money was more than enough to support us while my dad found a new job. Though I was young, I knew this was a dark time. My parents asked me not to tell any of the kids where I'd come from. They didn't even want me to use my real last name. I was of the ask no questions age, went along with this for a good percentage of my life. Years later, I was looking through an old photo album when I saw a Polaroid of me and my dad standing on that family's yacht. I remember my mom took that picture before he left to wherever he was going that time. Then I was reminded of that striped pillowcase full of money my dad had brought home all those years ago. I took the Polaroid out of the sticky clear album page, brought it to my dad to ask about the family and the random sack of cash. He told me before I was born he worked in the kitchen of a pretty luxurious casino back where we originally came from. There he met one of the owners who enjoyed his culinary skills so much, he hired him as a personal chef. We'll call him Eddie. Eddie had multiple lines of revenue he'd pursue on top of his casino earnings. Some of his associates and people he considered his friends were a couple high-ranking members of the Latin Kings and an unnamed MC from a couple of states west. My dad said almost immediately after he took the gig, he was looking for ways out. He'd almost predicted that something bad was going to happen, but he could never make a clean exit. Unfortunately, and fortunately for him, Eddie liked him a lot, his cooking even more. On occasion, Eddie would host a poker night on his yacht, invite them and their families. Those big excursions, my dad had the 2 other cooks with him, but this trip was different. There was a small crew on board for what was supposed to be a 3-day trip down the South Atlantic. The guests Eddie was hosting were his brother Robert, who my father had also become friends with over the years. He was a commercial fisherman and would drive the yacht, as well as a business partner named Wade, described as a small, nervous-looking man. My father smoked cigars with the men and wondered why he was on the boat that day. He'd only met Wade once before, when he'd attended a birthday party at Eddie's house. On their first night out at sea, Robert drops the anchor and they sit idle. My dad goes to the upper level to start the grill and prepare dinner for everyone. That's when he hears arguing from the men on the lower deck. The arguing gets louder. Sounds like it turns physical. Dad stares over the railing to the fight below. Wade's outnumbered by the brothers. He sees Robert restraining Wade's arms from behind. As Eddie punches the wind out of him, a left hook to the stomach sends Wade to the ground. My dad silently winces for Wade, only briefly closing his eyes. He opens them and he sees Robert pick Wade back up. Just enough time for him to scream, "Please don't," before Eddie shoots him at point-blank range. Immediately, my father closed his eyes, but couldn't bring himself to move. He could hear Robert and Eddie pull up the anchor, tie Wade's body directly to the metal slab, before they dragged it off the back of the boat. My father was sure he was going to be killed next. Instead, when they saw my father standing frozen on the upper deck, they insisted that he continue dinner as they cleaned up this mess. Their literal words. The 3 men shared a steak dinner that night in the yacht, idled by an anchor with Wade's body fastened tightly against it. Eddie remorsefully explains to my father that he and Robert had to do this. Wade had been trying to give tribal police some information on the casino, and it was rumored that Wade had made some less than favorable advances towards Eddie's teenage daughter. Unfortunately for Wade, Eddie had most of the tribal police department under his payroll, and he really loved his daughter. The officer called Eddie the moment Wade left his office. Robert thought that Wade would be too suspicious to get on the yacht if he didn't see my dad on board. They were both very apologetic for involving my dad, using him as a pawn of sorts. Without changing his sympathetic tone, Eddie says that he and Robert need to leave the country for a while, and that my dad and his family will have to leave the state. Eddie wasn't worried about my dad snitching. After all, he made it clear that he knew my family very well, where we lived, went to school, my parents' names. He assured my dad he could and would find us if necessary. On the boat before they docked, Eddie filled the pillowcase full of money from 2 safes inside the yacht. With an overly firm handshake, he wished my dad safe travels. My father looked for weeks. Nothing ever popped up about Wade. No missing persons. Nothing. It was sort of surreal listening to this story firsthand. With both my parents deceased now, it's definitely worth a retelling. I do marine salvage operations in the Pacific. Until recently, I never imagined doing anything else. Now I'm looking into any career that keeps me away from the ocean. I don't even like going to the beach anymore. A couple of months ago, we were contacted by a well-known company that wouldn't like being named, but you've definitely heard of them. In 2014, they lost contact with a ship that was only 8 days into its route, and it was never heard from again. Search and rescue teams made every effort to locate the missing vessel, but ultimately they had to accept the loss. This left a lot of families without closure, and cost the company millions. But that was the end of it, until this year when the wreckage was discovered by chance. Once it was identified, we were hired. In this case, so much time had passed that any human remains would be long gone, and the cargo would be useless. This was mostly about closure and publicity. These companies hire people like us with the hope that we'll find something to exonerate them, though, if they are to blame, they simply won't share the report. We spent the first day doing recon, hoping to see an obvious reason for why the ship sank, but we couldn't find anything wrong with her, except for the obvious damage caused by being submerged. But if they were attacked or taken by a sudden storm, there would be recognizable signs. On day 2, we entered the wreckage in search of the voyage data recorder, which is just a ship's version of the little black box. We found it exactly where it was supposed to be, and our techs were able to recover the data for the vessel's last 48 hours afloat. I've spent most of my life at sea. I've experienced things that will haunt me for the rest of my life, but this is the one that convinced me to retire. The box records all of the ship's instrument readings, along with audio recordings from the bridge. For whatever reason a ship might sink, there will be certain indicators from the instrument readings alone, but not this time. Everything was operating perfectly up until the ship's final seconds. The only abnormal findings came from the bridge recordings. They began with the captain asking a crewman if he was able to find the child. It didn't make any sense. No children were listed on the manifest, and they generally aren't found on cargo ships. After listening to the whole thing, we were even more confused, but we pieced it together as best we could. Needless to say, you won't be hearing about this in the news. The company decided to keep this information private. From what we can tell, a young girl, roughly 10 years old, was on board, but no one knew how she got there. They assumed she was a homeless stowaway due to her torn clothes and dirty appearance. But you could tell they didn't believe it. They sounded afraid of her. One crewman reported following a rotten smell to the cargo hold, where he heard a child crying. Thinking she didn't hear him, he tried to approach quietly in an attempt to corner her between containers. Only, when he got to the end of the row, nobody was there, and the crying stopped instantly. The only thing left where the child should have been was a small pot of black tar-like substance that was identified as the source of this rotten smell. There was also talk of a bad luck streak that coincided with the girl's appearance when the captain received news of another accident. One of the cooks severed the top of their finger at the knuckle while chopping veggies, swore that somebody had grabbed his hand. I expected this claim to be met with skepticism, but instead it was compared to a crewman who broke his ankle while descending a ladder. He'd felt someone grab the back of his shirt and pull hard, causing him to fall backwards. His foot became trapped between the rungs. The problem with his story is that nobody else was around, and there was nowhere to hide in the small corridor. The ship's final day began with reports of another sighting. This time, the girl was seen roaming the corridors to the sleeping quarters. They reported dark, muddy water was pouring from her eyes and mouth like a faucet. But when additional men were sent back to investigate, everything was completely dry. The captain called for yet another full search of the ship. Every nook was methodically searched, but there was no evidence of the girl. It was like she snuck on board with nothing but the clothes on her back. Just hours later, a crewman reported that the cargo hold was ankle-deep underwater, but there were no signs of a hull breach. They weren't transporting any liquids. All of the instruments appeared to be operating perfectly. The crew was stumped. The water was rising quickly. Eventually, the captain was forced to give the orders to abandon ship. They had enough space in the lifeboats to carry double their numbers. and they had more than enough time to safely escape. But the lifeboats were gone. They'd been there the previous day, but in the morning's panic, no one realized they were missing until it was too late. They couldn't even call for help. Every attempt to use the radio was met with nothing but static. Ultimately, the crew waited on deck until the last second, when they were forced to take their chances in the open water. All except for the captain, who chose to go down with his ship. I think he fully understood how hopeless their chances were and preferred a quicker end. There's no telling how long the others survived or how much they suffered. The captain spoke once more before falling silent forever. In his final moments, he spoke of seeing the girl. She came to thank him for staying with her. She'd been lonely for a very long time, but they became friends. Any skeptics who hear that recording will probably blame a dying man's hallucinations, including me. That's because it's much better than the truth. It's better to tell yourself that and forget this whole story than to admit the soft voice of a child can be heard in the background. It's faint, but if you turn the volume up to max, it's there. When I was about 12, I got the opportunity to stay with my friend and her family who lived on a boat. They traveled to many locations on the boat for many years, but this story, we were in Jamaica for a week. The mini vacation started off so fun. We were in the pool or at the beach back and forth every day, all day. But on the third day, I started seeing enormous snakes in the water, just looking at me, blinking with their big eyes. I remember I was stepping over into the boat. I could see a huge snake diving down into the water. It creeped me out. I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to go swimming in the ocean anymore. The family took notice that I didn't want to go into the ocean, so they decided that maybe a river would be fun. I remember on the journey I was contemplating in my mind if it would be safe or not. When I got to the river and looked around, I didn't see any snakes, so I was ecstatic. I started stripping down to my swimsuit, ran right into the river, swam across to a cliff, climbed up the cliff, getting ready to dive off. But when I looked down, there was a snake staring at me, blinking. I touched a guy and a girl beside me and I said, "Do you see that?" The guy said, "What?" and just jumped in the river. The girl looked at me and said, Yes, I see it," with a scared tone to her voice. I looked at her. I saw the fear in her eyes, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, so I said, "What exactly do you see?" And she said, "The big snake." I looked at her in such shock, but I also had a sense of relief. We were stuck at the top of the cliff. People came and just jumped off, but every time we looked down, we regretted that we looked. I don't know what would have happened if I jumped off like those other people, but I wasn't brave enough to test it. So I did what I thought was best for both of us. I cried. I cried in fear, and my friend's dad came for me and the other girl. I remember asking the girl if this was the first time she'd seen them, the snakes. I remember her saying no. She sees them all the time. Coming back from that trip, I never saw the snake again, but I still wonder what was the reason for them. Why was it just us who could see them? Any theories, anyone? Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore, but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. An undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? The ocean used to be my favorite place until last summer when I almost drowned. Growing up, my parents would take my brother and I to a small reef where we would swim and snorkel all day. Now that I'm an adult, I occasionally take friends out to do the same thing, only with the addition of alcohol. The boat ride is only 40 minutes from shore, and we've never seen a shark out there. We rarely even saw other people. On this particular day, it was just me and my girlfriend, and this was already pretty routine for us. As usual, we were snorkeling, screwing around, when she noticed a baby sea turtle with a fishing line trailing behind it. This is a sadly common occurrence, and we couldn't just leave it that way. Sometimes they get tangled in a net, or just get so wrapped up that you have to cut through thick layers, so I always keep a good knife on me while in the water. The turtle was making its way to the deeper parts of the reef, so I took a deep breath and hurried after it while my girlfriend waited at the surface. I caught the little guy just as he tried to crawl into a dark crevice near the sea floor. Luckily, the fishing line was easy to remove, and I sent him on his way without needing to go up for air. But I was at my limit. I stepped onto the large rock and pushed off to speed my ascent. As I began to slow, I glanced down just in time to see a massive brown tentacle shoot out of the reef wall and wrap around my leg. It looked like the reef itself had come to life. The tentacle was double the thickness of my thigh, and in a split second, it wrapped my leg from ankle to knee. It took all of my self-restraint not to scream out what precious oxygen I had left. That's when I noticed a huge section of the reef wall moving, and I saw its eyes open. It was like a giant, monster octopus, perfectly camouflaged to match its surroundings. I could have stared at that spot all day and never noticed anything unusual if it hadn't grabbed me. My leg was completely numb. My lungs were on fire. I knew that I would lose any slim chance of survival if I started choking, so I took my knife and I began desperately stabbing at the tentacle. Black ink instantly spread through the water, and I heard a shrill scream that, to this day, I still can't be sure if it belonged to this giant octopus or my girlfriend. It was about that time that she saw the black ink spreading from the surface and came to see what was happening. I didn't see her. I only felt a sharp tug on the back of my shirt as she was pulling me to the surface. We didn't stick around to look for the octopus. We just hurried onto the boat and got away from that place. Only after we gained some distance did I stop to explain what happened and look at my leg. I stabbed myself twice and had to get over 30 stitches afterwards. But aside from that and a touch of PTSD, I was fine. Obviously, we've never gone back and don't intend to, but I just have to know. Has anyone else seen an octopus that size? Was it even an octopus? Could it have been anything else? It happened almost 10 years ago, right before I got pregnant with my first child. My husband and I were driving to my sister's house to have some drinks and stay over. It was dark outside when we left our place, and the drive is about 15 miles. The first stretch of highway passes right by Lake Michigan, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. As soon as we pulled onto the highway, we both noticed an odd-looking star over the lake. It was the brightest light we'd ever seen. It would have been extremely hard for others to miss, but I'm not sure if anyone else was on the road. My attention was solely focused on the giant, blinding star. We thought it was amazing, but then it started moving. It went up, down, left, right. It seemed to be following us into town. My husband and I were transfixed. After we made it into town, we watched in disbelief as it rose even higher, shooting across the sky and out of sight. I was sad that it left and desperately hoping to catch another glimpse. It was such an indescribable feeling to see a giant light do all these impossible maneuvers, just dart across the sky and leave us in awe. The excitement and impossibility of it all made me feel like a kid again, full of wonder and joy. I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen, and that's not even the best part. What happened next changed who I am as a person and the way I perceive things. We were only a few blocks away from my sister's house when my husband stopped at a stop sign and looked to his left. At that moment, I was looking ahead. I saw the craft 2 blocks ahead at streetlight level. It glided across the street effortlessly, without sound. This time, it had no lights. It just looked like a blimp without windows, strings, or anything else you might expect to see on a blimp. It was a dark, matte gray color and covered in very fine lines, indentations, seams. I don't know. It was a little larger than 2 car lengths, fast and silent. A moment later, it passed in front of our car, and I screamed. But it was gone before my husband could turn his head. I made him drive around and search for it for a long time so that I could try to get a picture, but we didn't see it again. We both spent most of the drive watching this bright light dance in the sky, perform all of these outstanding and impossible aerial maneuvers, just to have it disappear and reappear with no lights or noise. That makes me think it knew we were watching. I know in my soul that what I saw was something far beyond our understanding, and for a while after that, my sister and I would stargaze, but we never saw anything like what my husband and I saw that first night. Over the years, the excitement went away, more and more as life got busy. But last week, I was driving home when, out of nowhere, an unusually bright light appeared in the sky. It was almost like the other one I saw, but I hadn't quite made the connection yet. At first, I thought it must be a plane, but then I noticed the lights weren't flashing, and I couldn't hear anything. Then, it suddenly started to descend, as if it were falling, but it stopped just above the tree line. I pulled over to a gas station so I could watch it, but nothing happened for 15 minutes, so I decided to go home. It was almost a straight shot home. I just needed to take one left turn off the highway. I was about to take that turn when I looked to my right. I saw the bright light again. Instead of continuing home, I changed course to drive straight towards that light and FaceTimed my husband. It was a one-way road that you've got to drive all the way through to get out, so I couldn't change direction once I started following the light, and I was freaking out. It was now right in front of me. I drove too far in, and the trees covered my view. But when I fell back, it was gone. I've also recently watched the 5E documentary before my most recent sighting, and it made me wonder if the reason I saw the light again after so many years was because it had been on my mind, like when I first saw it. The documentary speculates that they can be summoned with our thoughts and consciousness. Before I'd even heard of that theory, I felt like the reason I saw the craft was due to my elevated awareness from watching the light over the lake. The only thing going through my mind were huge amounts of wonder and excitement. It's been a long time since this happened. I think 2006. Can't remember the exact year, but it was shortly before I entered high school. I did one of those week-long Christian summer camps with my school at Hume Lake in California. I've done a little internet searching, but never found other stories connected with the campground. I'm hoping by sharing mine that maybe someone else will have experienced something similar in that place. One night, everybody in the camp went into the big auditorium, and speakers talked about life, death, Jesus, the works. They had this silent time, and I was feeling emotional at that point because a cousin of mine had passed away within the last year, and everything they talked about, just combined, overwhelmed me. So I wanted to go back to the cabin to be by myself and cry a bit. I'm normally a scaredy cat with a big imagination of the dark, but with all that I was thinking of, I didn't feel scared to walk alone. The cabin was close to the edge of the camp, with a dirt road separating it from the woods. There were orange streetlights on the road that I was walking up, but not on that road where it would tee off. At the tee in the road, right in the tree line, was a human-sized white shape, like it was made of white light. No distinguishable legs or arms, but I could clearly see a head and shoulders. So picture a head shape down to the shoulders, and then the sides, they just went straight down to the ground. There were no strange sounds or anything else. I fucking bolted back down the way I came. I bumped into a group of cabin mates since the auditorium event finished. One tried to say that maybe I saw a cougar or wild animal. For years, I would involuntarily tear up and get chills and goosebumps when retelling this. Since then, I also tear up when I hear others' first-person ghost stories. I wish I hadn't gotten scared at that time. But anyway, I've always hoped that I'm not the only one to have seen something at Hume Lake. I'm a firm believer that most U.S. Navy vessels are haunted for a plethora of reasons. I've heard countless sailors share their own personal experiences on board different ships, so here's mine. I've been in the Navy for a little over a decade, and the majority of that career has been spent on the night shift. Well, one night, Myself and 4 other fellow soldiers were working in the wee hours of the morning. Working hours were 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We worked on the 7th deck in the engineering space. Well, one of us was called up to the main deck for some reason, so he left. I watched him go up the ladder well. There's only one way in and one way out of this space. Only 3 or 5 minutes after his departure, the hatch to the pump room, adjoining the space that we were in, bursted open like someone was pissed off. Those of us left down there looked at each other, remembering the hatch was dogged down. 2 seconds later, the guy who left seemed to be walking in the adjoined space. There's 4 ballistic windows where you can see between the space. He almost floated. I always say he looked like he was riding a skateboard. He looked at none of us and then disappeared. Sketched out, we all went to investigate, only to find an empty pump room. Freaked out, we ran back in and called the office asking for this person, the guy who'd left. He was still up there. Days later, we decided to shut the lights out in the pump room and take flash pictures. The majority were lame and vacant until we got to the back corner, where we captured a face staring at us on top of a toolbox. I don't know where the image is today, as I didn't take the picture, but it still haunts me. It was smoky and very clearly looking straight at us. Other than that, people have been shoved, seen old men in old uniforms walking the P-ways, and even hear people walking up aggressively behind them on the deck plates when no one else is around, myself included. Ships are most definitely haunted. My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the 3rd on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4. Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement. Mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit, and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6. Final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered, you name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So, I'm going to do my best in retelling the story that my grandfather's told me a few times. In the 1970s, he lived near Green Bay, Wisconsin, and he did a lot of nighttime fishing on Lake Michigan in his wooden canoe that he owned at the time, given to him by his grandfather. It was going to be mine, but during this story, my grandfather gave a pretty straightforward reason why he doesn't have it to pass on to me. Not that I honestly needed a wooden canoe that I'd never use taking up space in my apartment. I'd be forced to choose between having a bed and a canoe in my apartment, so thanks, Grandpa. But I've digressed from the actual story and how it happened, so it's 1970. My grandfather is doing his thing on his wooden canoe, fishing at night with a net, some live bait he handpicked out of my great-grandma's garden, and his rusty homemade pole. Apparently this part of the lake was one of the most peaceful places to be during his youth. His secret nook, he called it. It's a crystal clear night, quiet, with the moon's reflection illuminating the lake. He's been on the lake for roughly an hour or two, and he's already caught 3 fish, 4 if you count the one he tossed back. As my grandfather patiently waits for another bite, he sees what he describes as an upside-down cereal bowl-looking object, bobbing in the water a couple yards away from the canoe. He says he sat there and stared at it for a good 2 minutes, wondering if it was an animal by the way that it was remaining in place, rather than drifting with the small waves of the canoe. Then, he said this thing bobbed up a little bit more, and it looked like the crown of a head emerging. I asked if it was a dead body, and he said wait, because he thought that too, and rowing closer, it did look more and more like a woman's head. Each wave gave more certainty to this as it tousled the hair, revealing visible facial features, down to the bridge of the nose. It's pale, and the skin is leathery, from being in the water. This turns his stomach into knots, but almost in shock and denial at what he's seeing, my grandfather takes his oar and gently taps it, and its fucking eyes opened. Not only do the eyes open, it shoots back down into the lake under his canoe. Terrified beyond belief, he almost falls out of the canoe while jolting back and loses the oar. But you better believe he used the other remaining oar, like he was part of a one-man crew team. Crossing the lake so fast, he crushes the canoe on the rock edge and abandons it to climb out, completely negating the grass slope that he used to get in, which was too far in the other direction on the lake. Lost his pole and the 3 fish he caught as well. After he climbed to the rock ledge, he turned back and looked out. It was once again still and quiet. This scared him more because he didn't know if what he saw also exited the lake when he did. Was it amphibious? What was it? It was scary, and none of these questions or answers or things that my grandfather really wanted to discover alone in the dark. So he ran, and he left the family heirloom that was going to be passed down to me to sink into the depths of Lake Michigan. My great-grandma also accused him of doing drugs and kicked him out of the house when he had to explain the canoe. He ended up being homeless for about 3 years. And that's when he said he experienced something worse. This was after being homeless for 2 years, he says. He set up camp in some woods just outside my great-grandparents' house. He was laying in his tent, not sleeping, just laying. Suddenly he hears some rustling outside of his tent. So he hops up, he grabs his hatchet, and just as he's about to unzip the tent, he hears movement inside the tent. He whips himself around, and there's a face. Not a person, just a face. He says it's essentially coming through the back of his tent. But not just the imprint of a face, the actual face. He's initially so shocked that he doesn't even swing the hatchet. Instead, he observes what he's seeing the best he can, and he tries to reason with himself. The wet hair covering the face, the pale leathered skin. It was the face from the lake. Before he can recall the hatchet, the face makes an immediate dash for my grandfather. He finds himself thrown back slightly, not feeling pain but coldness and fear. He sees no face around him any longer, but he closes his eyes and swings the hatchet wildly now. By the end of all that, he had nothing more to show for it than a few giant holes in his tent. I asked him, "Were you dreaming?" And I'm told again, "Wait." He tells me that it wasn't a dream, that after that he couldn't even sleep. But after a while, he got restless and went outside the tent to check around. Toward the back of the tent, the dirt was no longer dirt. It was mud, as if water or something wet had just been there. Shortly afterwards, he heard the sound of something large plopping in the water. But when he looked at the lake, it looked like glass. No ripples, no movement. This kick-started my grandfather's plan to not live in the woods anymore. And he told me quite frankly, it made him pretty sure he didn't want to live anywhere near Lake Michigan. This is short, but it's all I've got. Before owning a house in the area, my family rented a cabin in Lake Chelan, Washington, summer of 2000. I was 9 at the time and super excited for this trip. The first day, and for most of the day, we'd been swimming in the lake. It made for a very exhausted me by the time bedtime approached. I remember taking a shower, and then I plopped down on the couch, started a movie, and that's the last thing I remember. Then, I'm awake. I'm awake, and my entire bed is shaking. Nothing else seems to be shaking, but the bed is clearly moving, rather rapidly. Surely my family can hear this, and they'll run in at any moment, I think to myself. But no one ever does. I'm terrified when I realize that I can't hear anything for a minute. I start to talk out loud, and I can't hear myself. I try screaming, but still I hear nothing. Suddenly, the shaking stops, and the lights turn on, and my hearing comes back. I'm sitting there, too scared to move, when I hear what sounds like laughing coming from under my bed. At that moment, I think, oh my God, it's Katie. That's my older sister. And in almost a moment of relief, I quickly lean off the side of the bed and I look underneath. No sister. No, nothing. I booked it out of that room, and I went back down to the couch where I believe my night started. I turn on all the lights, and I put on some cartoon VHS that we had, eventually falling back asleep. I wake up in the morning to my dad making breakfast. He looks over at me and says something like, "How did I end up back on the couch?" That made me think about the night before, realizing there's no way it was a dream. I didn't tell anyone about the experience. I think I was afraid of getting into trouble or something. I knew that it sounded like a lie or a bad dream, but I also knew that it wasn't either of those things. It was 100% real, and for the rest of the trip, I slept on the couch. About 8 years later, when my parents were looking to buy a house out there, I did give my humble opinion that it shouldn't be anywhere near the house that we stayed at the first time that we went there. And lucky for me, they listened. I thought you may all enjoy the many stories of what I would think to be a paranormal hotspot, Spirit Lake, Idaho. Spirit Lake is a small town north of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with many haunted houses and much talk of ghosts. Before I get into the deep digs of the paranormal activity in the area, I would like to put a little background content out there on the town, and I want to fully disclose that all this information I'm providing is word of mouth, except for how the lake was named. Before it was even settled, the Kootenai tribe resided in the area. The tribes in this area were constantly at war with each other. To make peace, the chief promised his princess daughter to marry the prince son of the enemy tribe. But the princess was already madly in love with a warrior. Completely distraught, the couple went to the lake and jumped in, drowning and haunting the lake forever. Legend has it that you will see the two in a canoe with mist around it. The tribe named the lake something that translates into English as Spirit Lake. On top of this eerie tale, there are many deaths and memorials around the lake. It's exceptionally weird because I've been to many lakes in North Idaho, being an avid fisher, and none have nearly as many memorials or graves as this. I only confidently know 3 stories of deaths in the lake. One was a 7-year-old boy swimming in shallow water, got tangled in weeds and drowned. I always wondered about why weeds that could easily be pulled up drowned him. The lake bottom is very muddy and stuff like that just doesn't root well in there. Maybe he just panicked and couldn't pull up. Or maybe something held him down there. Another was at your classic backwoods trespassing high school bonfire party. A junior was drunk, and no one noticed him falling into the water. How did he not make a sound? Sound echoes in a lot of the area that he was in. There wasn't any loud music because they didn't want to get caught. Did someone jokingly push him in and thought that he was well enough to get out on his own? Did he slowly fall in and no one noticed? Or did something pull him in? The final story I know is a drug deal gone wrong. 2 teenagers were fighting over pot money. It was winter, and the other got violent and pushed him in. The water is very shallow and iced over, but he got trapped under the ice. Most of the memorials are male teens. The negative energy is added to by the negative witches that lived in Spirit Lake. They were known for animal sacrifices and sexual rituals. Many of them in the 60s would stop people on the highway at night and try to convert you. They're still there to this day. I lived 2 houses down, and I'd wake up to chants in no correlation to the moon cycles. The women in the family, they were not allowed to get out. The father and uncle were pervs. They dressed in old-fashioned farmer clothes, browns, grays, and black. The woman would wear bonnets. To this day, many animals go missing on Halloween. I know they do so everywhere, but much more were noticed in Spirit Lake, more than any of the other bigger neighboring towns. Spirit Lake started out as a logging town and died shortly after. There were many old buildings left, and it's advertised as a beautifully historic downtown Spirit Lake with inland empire trails, at least on local radio stations. It also has many haunted buildings. The old movie theater that is now a florist shop, the White Horse Saloon, a run-down building next to the elementary school, a greenhouse next to the park, one commercial building that is no longer standing behind the hardware store. Many locals claim that they have both negative and positive spirits haunting their houses as well. And Spirit Lake is full of good, honest church people. It is widely accepted that ghosts are everywhere, and we pray devoutly for protection for us and our neighbors. There are 2 mountains nearby that also have paranormal or alien activity: Rathdrum Mountain and Hoodoo Mountain. Lights, ghosts, and Bigfoot reports frequently come in from there, all both negative and positive experiences. I have been hunting many times in the Hoodoo area and Inland Empire Paperland as well. I haven't had any paranormal experiences really, but I have seen how a Bigfoot could be hiding. There is so much wilderness and pocketed areas that would provide much coverage and hiding spots. I haven't had any really paranormal interactions with the area, I don't think. One day, I was completely distraught and walked through the woods, and the woods felt comforting and more reassuring than usual. But I'm 90% sure that was just because I love the wilderness. I do know people in groups who have seen stuff that I completely agree with. They are honest, old-fashioned, and churchgoers. I do recognize that Spirit Lake has an above-average drug usage problem and may cause some of the paranormal interactions. But I do feel a negative energy in certain areas from the sorrow and dark behaviors that the land has. And I think the druggies feed the paranormal energy. Some things are just inexplicably complicated and unknown. While Spirit Lake haunts many, it also blesses many with beautiful land, plentiful hunting and fishing, and a tight-knit community that looks out for each other. This happened a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Whenever my mom and dad would be busy going to work, they would leave me and my younger cousin to my grandma. All things were fine and all, but one day I decided to go to the river at the back of my grandma's house. So I got up and took my younger cousin with me. It was normal at first. We'd actually go almost every time we were there, even when the elders would say, "Don't go there. There are bad spirits, and people have died there." I brushed it off as one of the old wives' tales, until one day, when we went to the river. It was cloudy, and the water was murky, but we stayed nonetheless. Until one of the elders grabbed us and said, "You shouldn't be here when the water is this strong." So she took our hands and started to go back. But before we did, I looked back and I saw it. That thing. It's so clear in my head that I can never forget what I saw. A woman in all white, but her clothes were dirty and torn. She had scratches, and the openings in the skin were just oozing dark liquid. It still shocks me to this day. But fast forward a few years, one night while my uncle was staying with my grandma, they claimed that night something supernatural happened. The smell of dead fish covered the whole room, while parts of the ceiling started to drip blood. All the while, their hair stood as straight as trees. They were freaked out by all of this. So a few days later, my parents went to see them. I saw my cousin, and I proposed that we investigate the place at night, around 7 p.m. to be exact. Thinking back to my old experience, I told my 12-year-old self I could handle whatever happens. So when 7 p.m. struck, we armed ourselves with a flashlight for both of us. My cousin, being the coward that he is, I gave him a simple task to go to the back side of the kitchen and look around, while I went to the far back of the house to try to find something unusual. As I arrived at the back of the house, I asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Is anyone there?" Nothing. As I was about to turn back, it breathes. The sound of something so big was right behind me, and it breathed so heavily. I ran. I didn't dare look back, and I yelled for my younger cousin to get back into the house. As we went back in, I explained the story to them, but for some reason, I don't think they believed me. Now, you might not believe me, but I swear, what I heard that day wasn't a figment of my imagination. Just last year, I stayed at my grandma's house with my 2 older sisters and my mom, since her and my dad got divorced. Although I still stayed with my dad since he helped me get through depression. Either way, I was there, and I asked my mom and grandma if anyone died in the river, and they said yes. According to them, there were about 3 women who died in the river. All of them died from the strong currents of the water. As I've asked the townsfolk, I've learned that some of them have had the same experience as me. Woman in the river, all white clothing and bruised. While my father has said that before he arrived in that place, there was actually a cult near the river. And now there's just a lot of odd stuff that's happened. But he wasn't going to go into any details. All I want to know is, what is she and why is she there? When I came to the States about 15 years ago, one of my first jobs was working at a public pool. I would always work alone as my shift was the overnight or after-hours shift. I was responsible for cleaning the building's major touch points and for cleaning the pool itself. This experience happened just past 11 p.m., so the pool and the building, they'd been closed for over 2 hours. I moved on from cleaning the floors in the pool area to the floors within the locker rooms. While in the female locker room, I hear the very distinct sound of children's laughter, followed by a large splash. Panic fills my body as I go into worst-case scenario mode
there were still children within the building, and now they were inside the pool. I drop the mop and make my way across the wet floor as quickly as I can. I rush through the doors and I see that the pool is calm. Even more, it's still covered. The area is silent for a moment. I walk over to the pool cover to take a peek underneath, make sure no one is trapped or hiding. And as I do this, I hear the sound of little wet feet running around the pool area. I sit up, and then I stand, then do a 360-degree look around, only to see nothing. No one. I stood there quiet, almost in disbelief of what was happening. I turn back to the locker rooms, slowly walk in and listen. Again, I hear laughter, children's laughter. It's fading in and out just before it gets quiet entirely. I continued with my shift and then I got out of there. This was the first time I had that experience, but it continued for the whole year that I worked there. It was always the same, laughing, splashing, running. I had decided that all those noises and commotion were coming from the pool area itself, as I had no other incidents in any other area. Since I was on the late shift, I never saw any other employees, and unfortunately, I didn't get to ask many questions. I looked into the place after I decided I was going to share this story. But even to this day, I don't see any negative history. I don't show anything that points to ghosts. So, was this pool experiencing some sort of time loop? Whatever that means. Or is it even possible that these voices were that of children ghosts? I think about this experience often, and 15 years later, I'm really still not sure what to make of it. Things haven't been going well for me these last couple of years. And I've had to move back into my mom's house for the first time in 15-ish years to try to get back up on my feet. I'm really grateful for the space, and I'm trying to stay positive, but I really wish it didn't come to this. I have bad memories here, and I dread any prolonged time I have to spend here, especially when it comes to sleeping. Sorry if I go on some tangents. I'm just kind of describing some of the normal reasons this place probably creeps me out so much before I get into the actual creepy thing. Just after high school, I had a traumatic work injury, near-death fall. I moved back in just for a couple of months while I couldn't work. I had to drop out of college, get out of a lease, about 3 months before I could walk again, and 6 before I could use my left hand and forearm again. In those couple of months, I had really vivid, horrifying dreams, probably exacerbated by all of the pain relievers I was being prescribed while recovering. So bad dreams, lots of them. Sometimes falling out of bed, waking myself or others up while yelling in my sleep. Waking up drenched in sweat with my heart racing. I'd have dreams within dreams, all usually taking place in the room I was sleeping in. So when I did actually wake up, I couldn't even be sure of it. Also, I was having sleep paralysis, usually when I dozed off. If you haven't had sleep paralysis, it usually feels like your eyes are open, like after a dreamless sleep or coming out of a dream. And then you notice you can't move your body, and then you start panicking because you can't control your breath. And it's so slow and faint that you feel like you're suffocating. If I was coming out of a dream when this happened, I'd see specific parts of the usually horrifying dream mixed in with the real world, all while not being able to move or breathe or call for help. After a couple of months, things got really tense. I moved out for the next half of my life, dreaded any time I needed to look after the place overnight. It's about 2:30 a.m. now, and it's just me and this creepy house. When we moved in, I was 8 years old. I shared a room with my little sister, next to the water heater and breaker box under the stairs. In that room's closet, there was a small access door into a portion of the wall opposite the utilities. I've done some home contract work and handyman stuff over the years. I don't really know why a section of that basement wall had a crawl space in it. Maybe 1.5 feet wide, and wider than any other wall in the house. I used to squirrel toys away in it until some of those toys went missing. Anyways, that room creeped me out as a child, and I ended up sleeping on a couch in a different room until enough relatives had moved out or passed on that I could have my own room, which was by the time I was in high school. Cut to a couple of years ago. I was doing some repair work for my folks over here, replacing and installing a shower vent through their roof, and I needed to kill the power to the utilities through that room. It's now used for storage. While I was in there, I remembered that little door to the wall crawl space and figured I'd take a look at it and see what the reason for it was. When I swung the closet door open, I was shocked to find that there was no access door or panel into the wall. It was just drywall, no access. I asked my dad if he took the door out or drywalled over it. He didn't remember there ever being one. I chalked this up to false memories from my childhood. Even told a few close friends about how weird it was that I was so sure there used to be a door there. Because I was so sure I'd lost things in it, and I'd gotten creeped out enough to spend years not sleeping in that room. Cut to a few days ago. I've almost finished moving in. I'm putting salt in the water softener. The closet door is open, and as I'm leaving the room, I can see hinges running up the wall on the inside of the closet. So I open the closet some more and can see the door is there, just like I remembered. Impossible. It simply wasn't there a couple of years ago, and I confirmed it with people then. The hanger shelves in the closet are blocking the top of it, and there's a bunch of crap on the floor, so I'll need to move that in order to actually open the thing. Weirder, on the door of the closet is an old poster growth chart my mom used for me when I was little. I recognized it immediately, but I haven't seen or thought about it since I was really little. I don't remember it ever being hung on that door or even in that room. You wouldn't be able to check a kid's height from stuffed inside a closet and behind a hanger bar. Cut to now. I saw the light on in that room, even though I was the last one in. Both doors of the closet are closed now, again, even though I left them open. And no one's been here. No one's here. I feel like I'm going crazy. After work tomorrow, I'll empty that closet out and take pictures of the access door inside the wall and post it in a reply. Sweet dreams. This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles. which made me think that it was an injured dog at first. But it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? A short bit of context. I've always been obsessed with different time periods of history. When I was a kid, it was all about the wild, wild West, and then World War II, Civil War era, and the 1950s and 1960s. In my early 20s, which was about 1997, I lived with my ex, and she tolerated my obsessions so much so that our front room in a little house we rented was dedicated to World War II era. I literally went out of control with that room. It was a small family room type area, separate from the rest of the house. I made it so that if anyone walked in there, it would be like walking into the 1940s. I had a couple of high back sitting chairs, a small bar trolley, and all the furniture, telephone, radio, everything was from the 1940s. Whoever came to visit would often say that room looked like it should be a museum. Really, it was me scavenging around, looking for anything from that time period. There was even a local AM station that would play 1940s big band at a certain time, so I had the old Philco radio set to that station. One day, I think it was on a Saturday afternoon, my ex left her family to visit family that lived about 4 hours away. She decided to spend the weekend with her family, and I didn't go for some reason. That I don't remember. So I was home alone, and I wouldn't necessarily hang out in my 1940s room, but towards the evening, I ended up there, listening to my phonograph, made a cocktail, and sat in the armchair. I don't know if I dozed off or what happened, but I shook myself awake like it was very strange. My heart was beating fast. The record was still playing, but everything looked hazy and in slow motion to me. I remember that I got up from the chair, stood up, and looked outside. There was a light snow outside, and it looked earlier in the day, as it was still light outside, which was extremely odd because I lived in an area where it didn't snow. I walked over to the door and I noticed the outside looked very different. Like not the street that I lived on. There was no one outside, no noise whatsoever. It was like I was watching a movie that was on mute or paused. I remember feeling like I was being compelled to walk outside, but I also felt like I couldn't or shouldn't. I don't know how to describe the feeling except that it was like I was in a Twilight Zone episode. So I backed away from the door and started looking out the window that was next to the door. And suddenly I realized that the cars that were in the driveway were old cars, like from the 30s. What happened next is a bit blurry still, but from what I remember, the record ended, and as I turned to look at the phonograph, everything changed, like back to normal. Even my sense of days was gone, and the foggy slow motion that I had felt was gone. I turned back to look outside, and the street was darker, with the street light in front of my house on. No snow. My street was back to normal. I left that room almost in a panic, and for some reason, I went around the house looking for changes. I didn't find anything unusual. I went to our other den where everything was modern, and I turned on the TV just to clear my head. I got the sensation that if I walked outside, I would have left this time period. I know it sounds crazy, but it wasn't until years later that my ex and I saw that movie with Christopher Reeves, Somewhere in Time. That's when it kind of hit me a little bit. I'd never seen that movie prior to this incident, as I probably always assumed it was a girl's romantic movie, and that wasn't my thing. Lastly, I wasn't drunk, and never did any drugs, nor do I remember being super tired during that weekend. Nothing else really sticks out except for that incident. Keep in mind my experience happened 6 years ago now. I spent the night at my ex's place in a very rural small town outside of New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, called Westville. We were up very late watching UFC, probably 1 a.m., and I went into the back bedroom of the house on the second floor and happened to glance out the window towards the backyard. His backyard was long and rectangular in shape, and it had an embankment that sloped down to the tree line at the end of the yard, which was nothing but woods from beyond that point. When looking out the window, I noticed something very pale white crawling through the tree line. It immediately caught my eye, and I kept staring at it. I called my ex at the time to come in and look. We both got really quiet, and we came to realize that we weren't witnessing a creature that either of us could recognize. It was human-like in form, very skinny, purely pale, and crouched forward, with very long arms. And it would make a few movements forward, towards the yard, and then back, deeper into the woods again. We had horrible phones back then. At the time, I had an old BlackBerry, and his was no better. They both couldn't record what our eyes were seeing in the pitch black of night in the country. The only thing I could think of to do at this time was to call my older brother. He was interested in paranormal topics. I called him and described to him everything that we were seeing. And to this day, he doesn't disbelieve my accounts in any fashion. Something I said over and over to him on the phone was, "It's not moving like a human. Its movements are really, really strange." They were almost spastic in nature. Nothing natural or orderly that I could make sense of or compare to how other mammals move. It made no noise that I could hear through the window. I was terrified, but watched this thing crawl around for a solid 2 hours. Years later, my brother found the more popular YouTube video of a crawler in the backyard of some guy's house, and he calls his preacher. That was so scarily similar to my experience that I got full body chills, goosebumps, and I started to cry. It really, really hit me and solidified that we weren't somehow losing it or making it up, that we actually saw with our own eyes a crawler that night. What that man recorded is exactly what I saw a few years back. So even though I'm only one person, I can 100% say that that's the most legit video of a crawler on YouTube. Something else that was also really messed up about my experience, that I have zero explanation for, is that the crawler could be seen down on the left-hand side, crawling around the tree line. But for a few moments, we saw a glowing deep yellow orb floating between the tree line. For a few moments. I'm wondering if there's any other accounts like this. As I've mentioned in my story, this was an ex, so we're no longer together, and I have no idea if he continued to live there or ever saw such a sight again in his backyard. I've always been curious if it's still out there, and I often think about my experience as I can recall it in high detail, like it was yesterday. I'll never forget what I saw, not until the day I die. This happened several years ago, when my family first moved to Oregon. I was 13 at the time, so too young to really do any work and not enough chores to give me the money I needed for video games. And that's when I decided to canvass the neighborhood, see if anybody needed yard work, gardening, stuff like that. And that's when I met Lorna. Lorna was an old woman who lived across the street. She was really old and really nice, She had a sweet garden, but couldn't really take care of it herself, so I was the perfect friend for her. The routine was always the same. I'd get home from school, she'd be sitting on her porch, and I would water her flowers. On the weekends, I'd mow her lawn. I remember it was just a normal Saturday, and I had to go to Lorna's house to do her lawn. I went over there and I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Sometimes she was in the backyard, so I decided to go there, and I saw her gardening in the back. It was just her side profile, but either way, I was sort of surprised. I'd never seen her actually gardening or getting down low like that. I didn't think she could. "Hey, Lorna, don't get carried away there or you won't need me anymore," I said jokingly, but she didn't say anything. I thought maybe she couldn't hear me, so I got closer. As I did, she turned her head to look at me. It was Lorna, but she just looked different. She wasn't smiling. She didn't look happy. Her eyes, they just sort of looked empty. For an unexplained reason, I just felt uncomfortable. So I asked her if she needed my help. She just shook her head no, turned away from me, and kept gardening. Confused, I just sort of walked home. But as I got to the sidewalk to cross the street, I heard a familiar voice. It was Lorna. She was sitting on her porch. I noticed that she wasn't wearing whatever she was just wearing before. So I asked her, "Did you change your clothes?" I remember her saying something like that was a silly question. Why would I ask that? I told her, I said, "I just saw you in the backyard." She looked really confused. I told her, "I saw someone that looked like you in the backyard." This did not help her confusion. "You don't have, like, another gardener or something, do you?" I was asking this seriously, but she laughed, telling me of course not, that I'm the only gardener that she'd ever hire. And then she asked if I was going to mow the lawn. I was super confused. Hadn't we just had this discussion? What was going on? I truly had no idea, but I just agreed, "Yeah, I'll mow your lawn." And so I did. I know it's not exactly paranormal, but it's always stuck with me as the strangest thing I've ever experienced. And it just feels like there's something more there. Something I'm missing. I don't know. What do you think? This is something that happened to me and two friends about 14 to 16 months ago. I've got a short account, and I don't know if it qualifies since I didn't see it, but someone I was with did. So here goes. Two of my friends, who are a married couple, and I were walking on my family's land. It's about 170 acres and heavily wooded, with both pines and hardwoods, and heavily trailed. It was dark, but my friends wanted me to take them out to the walking trails. A couple of neighbors' dogs followed us, a coonhound and a Great Pyrenees, and we walked south, then east to my camping area. We were hanging out at my camping spot when behind us, further back in the trail that we had come down, the dogs started acting strange. We were looking back and they came out of the woods to our left and stood on the trail. The Great Pyrenees started growling, real low, and looking defensive. The coonhound is a goofball, but he was also acting disturbed about something. They were both looking back down the trail to the west. I immediately got quite a strange and serious feeling. It was a bit ominous. I've learned to trust my gut, which I recommend to anybody in the woods, or if you're around a person or animal that you feel instinctually is threatening. Anyways, I said to my friends, "We better get back to the house." And to get my point across, I sort of grimly added, "Now." Well, we were heading west on the trail, and the dogs, if I remember correctly, had vacated the area. While walking, I looked back and saw my one friend, the wife, looking into the woods, off the trail, and she staggered back a few steps. Her husband and I asked her what was wrong, as she stared down the same area the dogs had previously been growling at. She said, "I'll tell you when we get back. I don't want to scare Dan. He's kind of easily spooked." So we got back and we asked her what she saw. She tells us that she felt she needed to look off the trail into the trees. We all had headlamps on, and she said she saw something halfway behind a tree, looking at her. She said it was pale, whitish, with an oval kind of shaped head. Looked like it was crouching, with long limbs. She kept stressing how skinny it was, particularly the limbs. She said it had a surprised look on its face, like it didn't expect us to be there. Myself and friends and relatives use the trails regularly, but not at night. She said that the thing was bobbing back and forth in kind of a creepy way, like moving its head behind the tree and then swaying its head and shoulders back rhythmically to look at her. She said it didn't appear to be aggressive at that moment, but looked scary. I pulled up the famous trail cam pic of the rake, or whatever it is, and she got a shocked look on her face and nodded, yes. However, she made it clear that it wasn't exactly the same. The next night, I was on the back porch and heard a freaky, very, very shrill scream come from the woods. I don't know if the two were related, but I've lived in the country for most of my life, and I've never heard anything like it. This is in North Alabama, by the way, and this is one of multiple things that have happened around here. But this is the only one that I know of involving this creature. About 10 years ago, I moved into a house. My husband worked nights, so it was just me and my 4-year-old daughter at home most nights. The second day we were there, my husband built our bed. I fell asleep alone and woke up in the middle of the night to my bed violently shaking. As I'm laying there, afraid to move, I notice the handles on my dressers are flapping up and down. I was afraid for my daughter, who was in the next room, so I jumped up out of bed and I ran to her room, but she was sound asleep. I was too afraid to sleep alone in that room, so I had my husband pull our mattress into my daughter's room so I could sleep there. In between the first incident and the last, several unexplainable things happened. Ceiling fans would rotate one way, then stop and rotate the other way. My dogs would start aggressively barking at a corner of the living room. Things would go missing and then show up in plain sight. We would smell weird smells like old lady perfume or a strong smell of popcorn where the kitchen would have been in the 1700s. I would hear footsteps in the attic, and one night, I heard the TV turn on in the spare bedroom. I go to check it out, and the TV is turning off and on. I then saw a ball of light bouncing around the room. Another night, I had 2 friends over. We were sitting in the living room, talking, while my daughter played with one of those Little People Animal Farm sets. She had a sheep in her hand and set it down in the middle of the table. As she's walking over to us, the sheep flies off the table and slams into the wall. I begged my friends not to leave, as I was terrified to be alone. The night before, I couldn't take it anymore. My husband was off of work and we had fallen asleep watching TV. He'd woken me up around 2 a.m. to tell me he was going to eat a bowl of cereal. So I went upstairs to my daughter's room where I felt the safest, and I still had my mattress on the floor. As soon as I close my eyes, I hear what sounds like her TV crashing to the floor. She had a lamp in her room that had a floor button, so I was able to turn on the light super fast. When I turned around, I saw her closet door flying open so hard, it hit the wall. My daughter woke up, and we were both screaming. I left the next day and couldn't even go back inside the house to pack anything up. I had to break my lease. I told my landlord what happened, and it seemed like she already knew what was going on. She proceeded to tell me that any house can be haunted, new or old, and described how she couldn't keep a babysitter in her newly built house because it was so haunted. This house was not my first paranormal experience or my last, but it was definitely the scariest 7 months of my life. I've been seeing something around that I don't really know what it is. I'm going to preface this by saying it isn't exactly humanoid. It just talks like one. I first saw it when I had a girl over, and she wanted to look out my window at the stars around 4 a.m. So I turned off my LEDs and I opened the curtains, and a deer was out in the road. It looked like a normal deer, until it stood up on its hind legs. It had blood on its underbelly, and it stood like that for several minutes, until we looked away and it was gone. I'm not in skinwalker territory. I've done a lot of research on them to try to figure this out. Of course, that's not my only encounter, though. The next one takes place at a park around 9 p.m. with 2 of my friends. We had just called my friend's mom to pick us up, and 30 seconds later, we heard her little sister say, "Jess." But when we looked up, nobody was there. We all heard it, and we stood up to look at her mom's car, but it wasn't there. It had only been seconds since we called. 5 minutes later, her mom showed up, and her little sister was in the car. We hopped in. The little sister wanted to go down the slide. We watched her from the car, and she came back saying, "Mom, Jess, there's a funny deer standing up over there." And sure enough, it's a goddamn deer on its hind legs. I don't know what this is. I'm in Oregon, which from what I've read, isn't skinwalker territory. I read a comment on a post in another sub about voice takers, but I can't find anything on them. My most recent encounter was 3 a.m. when I was downstairs with my 2 large dogs, and my Doberman started barking at the window. I looked outside, and the deer was standing on its hind legs again, staring at the window from the road. I went outside in the morning, and one of the neighborhood stray cats was dead by the tree in front of my house. It could be unrelated, but it really freaked me out. Does this ring any bells for anyone? I know it sounds like a skinwalker, but I'm not sure. Here's the relevant context to this. 5 years ago, I lived with my late mom in the basement of my step-grandpa's house. My mom wasn't doing so well at the time, and she was addicted to alcohol and some type of pill. I was addicted to my laptop. I had to share the same bed and the same room as her. She also believed in the paranormal, and we would binge shows together like Ghost Adventures, Mountain Monsters, etc. I don't really know when I first began seeing the weird shadow figures. I say figures because sometimes they wouldn't be humanoid. I could just see them from the corner of my eye, but I assume that they're the same shadow creature. I've seen them quite a few times, though it was usually from the corner of my eye, except on 2 occasions. The first one was when I was sitting up in my bed, watching TV with the door closed. I saw something black brush up against the bed, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that it was one of my 2 dogs. I later get up and try to pet them, and there's nothing in the room except for me. The second occasion was at night or early morning. I was talking to some friends on Skype while my mom was asleep next to me. She usually left the TV on so it wasn't totally dark. I'm chilling, and then I see a man with a cowboy hat in the corner of my eye next to the TV. I never told my mom about my experiences, but one night she drunkenly spilled that she saw them too. She called them demons of addiction. Addiction demons or something like that. We smudged the basement a few weeks later, and I felt uncomfortable the whole time, like something would jump out at us. I don't think it was because I was sleep deprived or anything, but I also don't know if it's a shadow man, shadow shape-shifty thing or what. It was pure black though, like it was solid. I haven't seen anything like that since, and I haven't seen it since moving to a different state with my other grandparents after my mom passed. I'm not sure if this is possibly connected, but one night, my mom was insisting that there was a demon. I thought she was out of her mind until she told me to look up alabaster on Google. I did, and I went to Google Images. I'm swearing on her grave right now. It was filled with demonic pictures, like the old medieval types of demonic pictures. We never mentioned anything about it again, though, and I never got those results from Googling it again. What do you guys think?
I still have no explanation for this experience. My girlfriend saw my doppelganger, and it scared the hell out of her. I'll try to give as much detail as possible and keep this from going on for too long. This happened back in the summer of 2015 when I was serving in the United States Army Reserves. I was stationed in southern Alabama in a transportation company. Sometimes, my girlfriend would come with me on drill weekends, and we would crash at a friend of hers' apartment, which is where this incident took place. This particular weekend, we were in a large convoy in the middle of nowhere, on some back road out in the sticks over 100 miles from the city. That was when I got the most confusing, bizarre, and downright creepy phone call of my young life. She was in utter hysterics. She was crying and screaming, wondering why I would frighten her so badly, what the fuck my problem was, and asking me how I even pulled it off. After I was finally able to calm her down, this is the story she relayed to me. Sometime that afternoon, her friend was at work, and she was at the apartment by herself. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. Not a knock, several loud, violent bangs. After looking through the peephole, she saw me. But there was something off. She says I was wearing my army uniform. It looked like me, but that I had this very angry, aggravated look on my face. She opened the door, wondering why I was home so early, and apparently without saying a word, I angrily blew past her, shoulder-checking her into the wall, and quickly walked down the hall, taking a left into the bedroom, slamming the door behind me so hard the whole place shook. She was very alarmed and confused about why I was home so early and in such an agitated state. I mean, that is so out of character for me. I'm not a violent guy at all. On top of that, if something did happen to set me off, she would have been the first to hear about it. So, she's walking behind me, trying to get some information out of me, and she opens the bedroom door and sees the closet door slam shut. She proceeds to run over to see what I'm doing in her friend's closet and claims that when she opened the door,
it was completely empty. That was when she had a panic attack and called me. Imagine my shock and confusion hearing that story, knowing that I was well over 100 miles away at the time. She finally believed me after I sent her a photo of my current GPS location, which only served to freak her out more. I thought that there must be some kind of rational explanation for what she saw. I'll be honest and say she smoked a little weed here and there, but at the time I know she was sober. She didn't mess around with hard drugs or drink, and she didn't have any mental illness of any kind. Over the years since that happened, I came to learn about doppelgangers. I don't really know what they mean, what they represent, or why they come around. All I know is that they are creepy as shit. And a girl I dated for several years came face to face with mine, and it put the fear of God into the poor girl. Take from this story what you will, and honestly, I don't care if anyone believes it or not. I just have to get it off my chest. For the past year or so, I've been noticing that things around me don't seem normal anymore. I continue to have this overwhelming sense that everything is fake, in a way, or almost dreamlike. I've even kicked around the idea that I may have died already, and I'm in some sort of state of purgatory. I recently took my family on a weekend getaway to Seattle. Being a couple 100 miles away from our home in Celia, Washington, it's an easy trip for my wife and I to manage with our 2 kids, 11-year-old and 4-month-old. Over the course of our weekend excursion, I experienced a few things that I found to be odd and left me feeling a bit uneasy. The first occurrence was trivial enough, but it sort of set the tone for the eeriness of the weekend. I was gazing out the window of our hotel room on the 12th floor, sipping a cup of coffee, when I noticed a plastic bag drifting in the wind. I watched the bag dance around in the air as it slowly descended. A green dumpster, 12 stories below, caught my eye, and I immediately thought, what if that bag floated all the way down there and landed in that dumpster? I stood at the window for 5 minutes or so, watching the bag slowly float towards the ground. Gliding left, right, back and forth. The more I watched the bag, the more confident I became that it would find its way into the dumpster. And it did. This bag that I noticed off in the distance drifted 12 fucking stories and perfectly navigated its way into the dumpster below my building. Later that day, I was in the hotel lobby approaching the elevator to head up to my room. In front of me, there was a man with 2 children waiting for the elevator as well. The man had a guitar case strapped to his back, along with an amplifier and various other bags. His back was to me and he had a hoodie on. For some reason, I thought to myself, what if that's Ed? Ed was a friend of mine that I hadn't seen in years. We used to work at an Olive Garden together in our younger days. We also played guitar together and did a fair amount of partying. Now, here's the weird part, and my wife thinks I'm fucking crazy, but bear with me. The weird part was how confident I was that this guy was going to turn around and it would be Ed. The same confidence, almost certainty, I would say, that I had in that trash bag flying into the dumpster. The elevator door opened, and the man and his 2 children walked inside. As the man turned around to enter the floor number on the elevator button console. It should not have been Ed that I recognized, but it was. It was fucking Ed. We were both thrilled to see each other and even held the door open to chat for a moment, hindering other folks in the process. Even as this was all occurring, though, I couldn't shake this feeling that this isn't real. It's a very difficult thing to describe, but things just don't feel real. Later that evening, my 11-year-old son and I were on the balcony outside of our hotel room. He was peering over the edge when he suddenly whimpered out underneath his breath. That poor guy. When I asked him who and what he was talking about, He said, "That bumblebee on the ground, next to the dumpster, he's dead." We were on the 12th floor, like I mentioned earlier. There's no fucking way this kid could see a dead bumblebee on the ground floor. Not to mention, the alleged bee was laying next to the dumpster that was the manifested landing zone for the floating trash bag. We argued a bit over whether or not he could see the bee, when he finally convinced me to go down and take a look. As we made our way down to the street level, my thought process shifted. The same confidence that I had previously regarding the bag and Ed was back. Although I didn't mention it to my son, I was becoming increasingly certain that the bee would be there. And well, it was. It was fucking there, right next to the green dumpster containing the trash sack. The next evening, I took my family to a place called GameWorks, which is similar to a Dave & Buster's, or an adult version of Chuck E. Cheese. I placed our car keys, wallets, and other important shit into our diaper bag backpack, and we carried it into the establishment. We spent a couple of hours playing games before finally counting our tickets and claiming prizes at the prize booth. We pocketed the prizes and went down the block to a cheesecake factory for dinner. After being seated for a few moments, my wife realizes that I don't have the backpack on. The backpack containing all of our money, credit cards, car keys, and not to mention food and supplies for our 4-month-old. The bizarre thing is that I have no recollection of ever taking the bag off. Apparently I did because it was gone, but I could have sworn up and down that I never took it off. I immediately go into a panic mode, leap up from the table towards the GameWorks establishment. I run inside and dart around frantically for about a minute or two, with the bag nowhere in sight. Finally, I calm down and focus. After breathing and focusing for a moment, I'm greeted with that same confidence that I mentioned before. I was confident that I would not leave that place without that bag. And at that moment, a man approached me waving his arms in the air, calling me by my first name, saying, "Here, Cody, we got your bag, man. Now get back to the Cheesecake Factory and enjoy your dinner." I was awestruck and definitely beside myself at that moment, as I had no fucking clue who this man was, or how he knew my name, or where I was eating dinner. I didn't even think to question the man. I reached out, grabbed the bag, and left. This might seem coincidental to a lot of you, but these are just recent examples of how my life unfolds daily. Either I'm a walking conduit of coincidence, or something larger is at play. My wife thinks I'm nuts, but things are definitely not the same as they used to be. I don't know exactly how or why, but they just aren't. Things just don't seem real. I used to live in a bad area. It was in the west end of Newcastle. At the time, it was so bad that it was actually safer for my friends and I to walk to town rather than go up and get the bus, as gangs would hang out around that area and cause trouble. So this was early one winter day, about 7 a.m. It had been lightly snowing and it was about -8 degrees, a particularly cold spell at the end of the 1990s. On this day, we had heard that the River Tyne had frozen, and this was an unusual sight, so we decided to walk to town along the river to avoid the bus stop. There was snow falling, so we were having fun and walking down to the riverside path, enjoying our morning walk, throwing snowballs at each other, and sliding around on ice which had formed on the path. Once we reached the river, it was indeed frozen, and we walked along the side. We were the only people there, and there was not another person in sight. Now, the river had jetties, which were big wooden pier-like structures, and they went out into the river and were now mostly used by fishermen. As we approached one of these, we made a joke about trying to walk on the river ice and how we would probably end up stuck needing help. At this point, I saw a man under one of the jetties, apparently bending over, looking for something. So I said, we'd end up stuck down there, like him. Then we looked, and looked closer. This man was not moving. Being young, we just assumed that it was a washed-up mannequin from some stag night which had ended up in the river. But there was something about the situation which was just strange. It was very difficult to get down to where it was, and neither of us wanted to get closer. The skin on it was pure white, and it was wearing what looked like black clothing. We could not see the face, just the body, bent over a beam supporting the jetty. Being the 1990s, neither of us could afford phones, so we were just not really sure what to do. I wanted to phone my mom and get her to come down, so we remembered there was a phone box a little further back, and I volunteered to run back and make the call. On arriving at the call box and calling home, my mother instantly thought that we were trying to get a lift into town, and she refused to come. That was when I used my very serious voice, and she seemed to understand that this was real, and that it wasn't just us trying to avoid the snow. I ran back to the jetty, and another man had arrived, who was also concerned that it might be a dead body. None of us wanted to get very close to it. He had a phone and called the police, requesting river police, who by a handy coincidence were already in the area, using their boat to break the ice on the river. They arrived at about the same time as my mother. She drove a huge old 1980s Ford Garanda and pulled up alongside us on the river path. She instantly insisted it was just a mannequin, and then said she would take us to town and that we should leave. We were then somehow convinced that she was right, and were a bit embarrassed about thinking it had been a dead body. The man who called the police also decided to leave and continued his walk. Just as we got in the car, we saw the river police boat approaching in the distance and decided we should at least explain to them our mistake, so we waited for them to arrive. They pulled up to the jetty, and one of them climbed up the ladder and came to see us. We explained. He laughed and said it was okay, and that they would remove it, and it was no problem. So we pointed to the mannequin. And as he looked over, he instantly became super serious upon seeing it, got on his radio, and summoned the local police and the fire brigade to attend. Suddenly, police appeared from everywhere, and we were taken to one side and interviewed about the situation. At this point, we knew that it must actually be a dead body. The firemen arrived and used inflatable sheets to reach the body. The policeman told us that we could stay and watch, but that it was not like you see on TV shows, and we should consider leaving. When we decided to stay, the officer stood with us and explained what was going to happen. This is where it escalated fast. The firemen approached the body, and two of them got a hold of it, but it was frozen solid to the wooden beam. We thought that they would just gently ease it off, but that isn't what happened. Two more firemen went down, and they all pulled at it as hard as they could. There was a huge noise, like a branch snapping, and the body broke in half. Crabs suddenly emerged from inside of it, falling into the mud below, and the policeman casually said, "That's the sound of them snapping his spine." Then, they threw the top half of the body into a body bag and started working on the lower half. Another huge snap. That was the sound of them breaking his legs. More crabs and river creatures burst out. They then dragged the two parts of the body up the path. They then lined up 3 rookie police recruits right in front of the bags. They made us walk quite far away, and then they opened the bags to show the new recruits what it looked like. What I saw was something from a horror movie. His face had crabs emerging from the eye sockets, and his lips had been totally eaten away. The body was totally bright white, and the hair was gone. One of the policemen threw up. The policeman took our details and asked if we were okay. We were. It all happened so fast, there was no time to process it at all. We were later contacted by a reporter who told us the man's name was Jimmy, and that he'd been due in court on some serious criminal charges, and that the police believed he had jumped into the river rather than face a long time in prison. It actually made front page of the local paper. I still walk along the same path quite often all these years later, and I always stop for a while where we found the body. I've never seen anything like that ever since, but it was certainly an event which made us no longer feel like children, but rather adults realizing what the world is really like.